Good morning. It's my pleasure to call to order this meeting of April 8th, Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, I hope you all join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we need to approve the minutes from our last meeting, April 1st. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move the minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. Motion passes. CEO Miyasato, do you have a report for us this morning?
Good morning, board members. Yes, we do. This morning, I'm pleased to share with you another video from the county's 175th anniversary series. It features videos that highlight the history of Santa Barbara County. The videos in this series are played on Channel 20 throughout the week and are highlighted in our monthly county newsletter, CSB TV YouTube page, and on our social media channels in both English and Spanish. And again, thank you to Kelsey Batita for putting these together. And this morning's video highlights North County's history.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, a place with immense natural beauty and rich history. Founded in 1850 as one of California's original counties. Join us as we acknowledge the 175th anniversary of the County of Santa Barbara.
In the 1850s, Santa Barbara County had 3 precincts, and the northern precinct came from the San Marcos Pass area, would include the Santa Ynez Mission, over to the coast to the Lompoc area, up to Guadalupe, and then over to the valley, the Santa Maria Valley, Los Alamos, Sisquoc, and Gary. When we talk about the Santa Maria Valley, we have to talk about the ranchos in the area. Ranchos were part of the larger land grants that Mexico granted for people, and the people were mostly ranchers and farmers, and that was the way of the world back in the 1850s and 60s. The Santa Maria Valley area is where people were able to set their homesteads in. Union Sugar was looking for places that they could grow a lot of sugar beets. But one thing that is needed for producing the sugar beets into sugar is a water source. And so it turned out that our Betteravia, well, at that time it was called Guadalupe Lake, was a perfect area. And so they ended up with a little town. They had a hotel, they had a clubhouse. It was a whole little city there where people worked in the sugar beet fields. It's also what brought our Japanese farmers to our valley. There was a Guadalupe Telegraph newspaper that became part of the Santa Maria Times in 1882. So it's sort of interesting that we had newspapers that recorded the events that were going on in the valley. Orchid, as it is, of course, became the oil town. Mr. Orchid did not want it named after him, but when they struck oil, that brought a lot of workers, a lot of people, and so the little town popped up, and they ended up naming it Orchid, even though Mr. Orchid didn't want that. Los Alamos was a town on the Pacific Coast Railway, but it was also a beautiful area, again, for people to grow. It was like a neat little crossroads in that nice little valley area. And it was known for hospitality. At one time, there was many saloons in that area. Back in the 1880s, it was amazing that little towns would have their church, they would have their own little school, and have a board of trustees, and then they also would have their own clubs. They would have a lot of social organizations, because that's what the small town did. We believe this is around an 1886 photo of the Santa Maria baseball team. We believe this is when the San Luis County and Santa Barbara County had a playoff. And then, of course, we have the Santa Maria Valley Railroad. It actually started in 1911. Hancock purchased it in 1925. He was very involved with the community and with both agricultural, aviation, the railroad, quite an inventive businessman. Santa Maria Valley has a large and diverse history, and at the Santa Maria Valley Historical Society Museum, we love to collect, share, and display all of our wonderful artifacts and treasures so you can explore its history.
That's a wonderful way to start this meeting. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any announcements to our agenda today or changes?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum on Friday, April 4th, 2025, adding administrative item number 44 to the agenda. Administrative item number 44 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a lease agreement with the City of Lompoc for a parking lot security fence. This addendum was posted and made available online to both the board and the public. As there have been no requests to speak, this item may be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, next item is the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull? I have already pulled A20 by Supervisor Lee, A22 by myself, and A29 by Supervisor Nelson. Any others? Okay, any members of the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we had no requests to speak on the administrative agenda from the public.
Okay, so then with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda, except for those 3 that I mentioned.
So moved.
And with the addition of 44.
Perfect.
And I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we have wonderful resolutions ahead of us, so let's move to the resolutions. Administrative item number 1.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2025 as National Poetry Month in Santa Barbara County and honoring Ernest Righetti High School for outstanding achievement in poetry. And joining us today, we have Ted Lyon from Righetti High School, the Righetti High School principal. And if anyone else from Righetti High School is here, please join us. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the United States Congress and Academy of American Poets have designated April as National Poetry Month to celebrate the transformative power of poetry in uplifting culture and building community. And whereas the county's Office of Arts and Culture supports programs such as Poetry Out Loud and Youth Poet Laureate to empower, educate, and engage our future civic leaders. And whereas through the Poetry Out Loud competition, students across the nation unite to harness the power of writing to cultivate greater empathy and cross-cultural understanding. And whereas we commend Ernest Righetti High School for its dedication to advancing youth literacy, learning, and expression, and we recognize the exceptional efforts of teachers Kristen Kurth, Aaron Robinson, and Caitlin Bernardo. And whereas we are inspired by this year's Poetry Out Loud participants and extend special congratulations to runner-up Cohen Ross and regional champion Alicia Blanco Batista. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that April be proclaimed as National Poetry Month in Santa Barbara County, and be it further resolved and hereby ordered that this Board of Supervisors applauds these exceptional students for their achievements, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board, for recognizing the importance of poetry and creative expression in shaping our civic discourse. I am very honored to introduce Principal Ted Lyon from Ernest Righetti High School. His school's poetry program is arguably the best in the county. And we're just grateful for the work they've done, both in their Poetry Out Loud accomplishments and also as our representatives at the state on the finals level. Thank you so much.
I want to thank you for recognizing Rigetti, and also just to put a shout out to Kristen Kurth, who's really been the heart and soul of our movement in regards to Poetry Out Loud. She makes it important, and so the kids follow suit. It's been a blessing for us, and we really appreciate this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Capson. It's just a special honor it's opportunity for me to present this. Some of you may know that I'm a Rigetti graduate. I'm a former Rigetti teacher, and if you cut me, I bleed purple. So it's really special, and I really appreciate the work you guys are doing. I think it usually is a competition between Orchid Academy and Rigetti countywide, so I think it's a 4th district thing. But
you could call it a competition.
yeah, but regardless, the 4th district is strong in poetry. Obviously, the representative isn't as articulate, but it's a pleasure. And again, thank you for being here. And make sure you pass along our thanks to Ms. Kurth and Alicia for her great work. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, resolution number 2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of April 6, 2025 through April 12, 2025 as National Library Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Lauren Trujillo. And if you can please make your way to the podium. Absolutely. Anyone that you would like to join with you to the podium, please make your way up here. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas libraries ignite creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning for providing spaces where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and expand their horizons. And whereas libraries serve as dynamic community hubs, offering free and equitable access to books, technology, and educational programs while fostering civic engagement and critical thinking. And whereas libraries strengthen communities by partnering with schools, businesses, and organizations to maximize resources, enhance efficiency, and expand access to essential services. And whereas libraries empower individuals by supporting job seekers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners with valuable resources, training, and opportunities for personal and professional growth. And whereas libraries uphold intellectual freedom, championing the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, while dedicated librarians and staff provide welcoming spaces for discovery, collaboration, and creativity. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of April 6th through 12th as National Library Week in Santa Barbara County, and encourages all residents to visit their public library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community. Passed and adopted today.
Well, happy National Library Week, everyone. My name is Lauren Trujillo, and I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. I'm honored to be here with you all today to help receive this recognition on behalf of our community libraries. In recent years, our library supporters have had to become library defenders. Our libraries are under attack all over the country and need our support more than ever. I think of our library as a pillar of our democracy, providing access to information and resources to all people every day. Libraries act as our societal safety net, and we must protect them. On March 14th, the Trump administration issued an executive order calling for the significant defunding of the IMLS, the only federal agency that provides critical funding for libraries, museums, and cultural institutions nationwide. IMLS provides $15 million to support in libraries in California alone. While our library is largely, the Santa Barbara Library is locally funded, and a lot of our libraries are largely locally funded, IMLS supports initiatives like Lunch at the Library, adult literacy programs, community cultural events, connectivity needs, providing affordable broadband services. Without this funding, essential library services, including those that make our libraries world-class, will be at risk. So why is this all important during this National Library Week? I'm privileged in my role to share the stories of the people that make libraries special and the librarians that deliver magic on shoestring budgets. Here are just a few examples of the power of the library. A young woman recently moved to Santa Barbara County and was preparing for a major job interview, but couldn't afford to purchase expensive study guides. She discovered the library's collection of test prep books and online resources, including career development tools, and secured the job. A family from Spanish-speaking background found a sense of belonging through the library's Madres Unidas program. The parents connected with others navigating multicultural parenting, while their children joined bilingual storytime sessions. It's a place where our culture is celebrated and we feel at home, the mother expressed. This National Library Week, I call on you, our Board of Supervisors, and our entire community to stand with the library. I ask you to continue to invest in our public libraries and join us as defenders. We hope to see you at the library this week. Come check it out. Thank you. We also have buttons for you. I just wanted to introduce who the people were. Oh, sorry.
Lauren, do you want to introduce your colleagues?
Yes, our colleagues here, we have Brandon Boudet, who's the acting library director, and then you're the librarian in Santa Maria, correct? Yes, Dawn Jackson. Dawn Jackson, and then the Friends of the Library? Yes. From Orchid.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much to our library folks. Administrative item number 3, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by all members of the Board of Supervisors. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of April 7th, 2025 through April 13th, 2025 as National Public Health Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today to receive the resolution is Lars Seifert.
You want to join? Sure. You guys want to join me up here?
Sure.
And while he makes his way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the week of April 7th through 13th, 2025 is the 30th anniversary of National Public Health Week, and the theme is It Starts Here. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including disease outbreaks such as the COVID-19 pandemic, measles, natural disasters, and disasters caused by human activity. And whereas health and well-being are influenced by the built environment, environmental quality, community context, access to healthy food, access to education, and access to health care. And whereas this year marks the 100th year anniversary of the founding of the County Health Department, with a purpose to be engaged in the prevention of disease and the promotion of the public health among the people of the rural areas of Santa Barbara County. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara Health Department recognizes our outstanding health department staff during this week and appreciating each of their contributions, championing the efforts to ensure the health and well-being of our county. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby proclaim April 7th through the 13th, 2025 as National Public Health Week and encourages all residents in Santa Barbara County to observe this week by helping our families, friends, and leaders better understand the value of public health. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps and members of the board, on behalf of our Health Department Director, Mohamed Hamami, and our dedicated team of public health professionals, I want to thank you for your recognition of the 30th anniversary of National Public Health Week and for joining us to appreciate the commitment of staff to protect the health of our community, the health of our environment, and the health of our residents and their pets. The County Health Department, celebrating its 100th anniversary this year, continues to serve our county in very impactful ways. Our healthcare professionals, doctors, and nurses provide necessary medical care to patients during over 100,000 visits annually to our 5 healthcare centers. Public health nurses and staff professionals conduct home visits to assist approximately 1 in every 5 births in Santa Barbara County, giving parents the tools for improved child health outcomes. Environmental health specialists conduct over 2,000 food facility inspections each year to ensure food safety is upheld, and collect over 800 ocean water samples at our county beaches to make sure that people know where it is safe to swim or surf. Nutrition services staff help over 18,000 individuals each month with benefits for healthy foods or nutrition and breastfeeding education. Disease control staff and epidemiologists conduct approximately 2,600 disease investigations for over 80 different reportable diseases each year to prevent communicable disease outbreaks. And our dedicated animal services staff assist over 6,500 animals entering our shelters to get the care they need to return home or to find a new and caring home. These countywide efforts continue to strengthen public health in our communities day to day, family by family, and we are thankful for your continued support in championing efforts to improve health here locally in Santa Barbara County. So I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We will move on to administrative item number 4. Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming April 2025 as Healthy People, Healthy Trails Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Luz Marquez and Sonia Sandoval, and anyone else to join with you. Please make your way to the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Santa Barbara County is home to wealth of natural landscapes, including scenic trails, parks, and open spaces that provide opportunities for outdoor recreation and promote overall well-being. And whereas spending time in nature has been shown to lower stress, enhance mood, and encourage social connections, contributing to a healthier and more engaged community. And whereas the Healthy People, Healthy Trails initiative supports active living by encouraging residents and visitors to explore local trails, parks, and open spaces as part of their regular wellness routine. And whereas community partnerships among health organizations, local governments, and outdoor recreation groups play a crucial role in promoting accessible and inclusive outdoor activities for people of all ages and abilities. And whereas this year marks the 100th year anniversary of the founding of the County Health Department, and the designation of April 2025 as Healthy People, Healthy Trails Month highlights the county's commitment to fostering a well community while celebrating the natural beauty of Santa Barbara County. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares April 2025 as Healthy People, Healthy Trails Month, passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps, Board of Supervisors, members of the board, thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the Healthy People, Healthy Trails. My name is Fidel Villanueva. I work with the county, been working for the county for 26 years as an outreach worker, frontline worker with the community of Guadalupe, Lompoc, Santa Barbara, everywhere. And it's exciting for me to be here, yes, because I'm seeing an incredible opportunity that people are taking advantage of. Not advantage, but taking care of themselves by walking. And the Healthy People, Healthy Trails program has really offered access to free, safe walking paths, and we thank you for that. My partner Annabelle and I, and these community members that came to support this event, they are from Lompoc. They're the walkers, and they wanted to come in and say, thank you. And I want to introduce one person from the group, a community resident from Lompoc, Sonia Sandoval, who's going to say something.
First, I want to thank you for the access to attend to this event. I really appreciate everyone's work and respect. Thank you so much for everything. Having the opportunity to have access for trails is very important. We are motivating people to have access and walk on those trails to announce more and participate for the physical activity, because we are so aware how important it is to take care of ourselves, mental, physical, and emotionally. And it's great to have this opportunity with healthy people and healthy trails for our community. Lompoc have it, and it's using it. It's using it, and it's so thankful for the opportunity. Thank you for the investment. We are here like community members, but we will see and hoping to see more great things coming to Lompoc. Thank you so much. This is my friends and neighbor from Lompoc. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Sonia. And so I just wanted to, as a last thing, to invite you to the next events that we're doing. This event is going to be the Badger Trail Hike. It's going to happen on April 23rd, 8:30 a.m., and I'm going to pass the flyers to the board if that's possible. We invite you if anybody wants to challenge yourself to that one. The second one is going to be an aquatic bird watching hike over at the Oso Flaco Lake, and we're targeting the Guadalupe community to go over there and check it out. So we invite you. One last thing, every Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning, the group is walking. You're more than welcome. And the way we look at it is, one step at a time for health. And thank you so much for doing that.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, thank you all for being here. I just wanted you to know that A40 on the agenda is $10,000 towards the Badger Trail, and we're working on that. We have a recreation master plan that's underway for the cities and the county that will identify all the existing trails and all the trails that we would like to see in talking to community members throughout the county. So we all have to keep moving. That's number one thing to stay healthy. And trails are the least expensive and really most healing mentally as well as physically. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, administrative item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation proclaiming the month of April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Allison Wales. If you can please make your way to the podium, and I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas April is nationally recognized as Sexually Assault Awareness Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about sexual violence and supporting survivors. And whereas the 2025 theme, Together We Act, United We Change, emphasizes the collective responsibility to address and prevent sexual violence. And whereas Denim Day, observed on April 30th, serves as a day of action to stand in solidarity with survivors and challenge victim-blaming attitudes. And whereas in Santa Barbara County, the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center reports that on average 8 children and young adults are trafficked each day, highlighting the urgent need for community awareness and intervention. And whereas Standing Together to End Sexual Assault, STESA, provided confidential counseling and support services to 327 survivors and their loved ones during the 2023 through 2025 period, reflecting the ongoing need for survival support in our community. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office reported a significant decrease in serious crimes, including rape in 2023, marking the lowest point in 10 years and demonstrating the positive impact of community efforts. And whereas organizations such as the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center, STESA, and UCSB's Campus Advocacy, Resources and Education CARE program provide vital services to survivors and conduct educational initiatives to prevent sexual violence. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara proclaim April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and calls upon all residents, businesses, and organizations to actively participate in efforts to prevent sexual violence and support survivors. Passed and adopted today.
I want to thank you to the board, Hartman and Lavanino, for supporting this resolution, and of course the whole board for always supporting the North County and all of the agencies that fight sexual assault awareness. So many people wonder, why is a proclamation so important? And honestly, a proclamation or a resolution is a reset for a whole year again of like, okay, here we're going to go at it again about education and advocacy. In our resolution, there were several numbers from across the county, and those numbers of assaults are always alarming. But the reality of it is we have hundreds and hundreds of people we speak to that are not necessarily reflected in those numbers. And we do it, again, to improve our community and to provide education and a helping hand whenever we can. And on that note, Maureen here, a wonderful staff member, has been working diligently for our fundraiser on May 17th at Procure Winery, so we hope we see you there. So thank you all once again.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to thank all the people who volunteer and work with victims and turn them into survivors. It is really heart-wrenching work, and I'm not sure how you keep at it day in and day out, but we're really grateful that you do.
Indeed. Okay. Administrative item number 6.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today on behalf of the Child Abuse Prevention Council, we have Barb Finch and Kimberly Valenzuela. And as they make their way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas children under the age of 18 represent 22% of residents in Santa Barbara County, and the physical and emotional well-being of all children and youth is a collective responsibility and a priority that ensures thriving and prosperous communities now and in the future. And whereas Santa Barbara County Child Welfare Services investigated 3,657 reports of suspected child abuse and neglect in 2024, recognizing the underlying conditions and risk factors that contribute to suspected abuse, such as mental illnesses, substance abuse, domestic violence, and high levels of familial stress due to economic insecurity, community disruption, and discrimination. And whereas the effects of child abuse and neglect are felt by whole communities, and solutions must also be community-based, addressing adversity and creating systems of community support that recognize stressors and partner with families and care providers to reduce risks and strengthen protective factors. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Child Abuse Prevention Council and Together for Children are implementing a comprehensive prevention plan that demonstrates a commitment to improving the conditions for raising children while ensuring an integrated and family-centered system of support. And whereas an effective child abuse prevention system succeeds because of partnerships created among social services agencies, schools, youth organizations, religious organizations, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, the business community, and residents, increasing awareness about the importance of prevention and the strategies that contribute to success. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much, Chair Capps, members of the board. We've heard so many great testimonies this morning already of ways that our community steps up for children and families, and I just want to thank you again for this important resolution recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Each of us has a role to play in ensuring the safety of our children, whether we are acting as a concerned neighbor, a family member, a parent, an elected official, a volunteer, or an employee of a local organization. Prevention is anchored in strong families and supportive communities. A supportive community includes us all. The conditions in which people live, work, play, and learn can have a big impact on health and well-being, as we heard from our public health partners. Supportive communities recognize that living with economic uncertainty, crowded housing, food insecurity, and other difficult circumstances can create significant stress for families, stress that can be alleviated with the appropriate supports. Without support, challenges such as substance abuse, family violence, or mental illness add to daily struggles and can quickly become overwhelming. Without support, these types of adversities can increase the risk for child abuse and neglect. Families may not know where to turn when they need help.
Supportive communities understand the unique needs of parents, youth, and children. They provide opportunities for social connection and celebration, creating networks of support. Supportive communities affirm identity and honor family, culture, language, and traditions. Supportive communities prioritize well-being and promote wellness skills, providing opportunities to learn, grow, and give back. Community well-being is only possible if we connect, communicate, and collaborate to be sure that individuals and families are able to access the help they need. We must center equity and look for family strengths, understand and address intergenerational trauma, and work to lessen the burden of adversity on children, youth, and families. Thank you again for supporting public awareness, prevention, and early intervention to reduce the incidence of child abuse and neglect in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. you know, when you think about it and we read through that resolution, I know we're going through a lot of resolutions and some of the numbers might just go by quickly, but 3,600 times last year, a person made a phone call to our social services department saying that there's a suspected case of child abuse. That's 10 calls a day in Santa Barbara County. That's amazing. I mean, it's very troubling. And the more chaos that we have in our lives as adults, it continues to trickle down. So I want to give a big shout out to all of our child welfare workers. They have to go out and see things and hear about things and then go home to their own family and take care of their own kids in the middle of all that trauma. So if you see something out in the community and you suspect something, don't be afraid to, you know, a lot of people say, well, it's none of my business. Every kid is our business. So get involved. If you see something, say something. And I know we also get a metric every year during budget that tells us how quickly we respond to all of these calls. It's amazing that you have to be right. The other thing is you have to be right every single time in child welfare. We can't let one kid slip through the cracks. So I'm just honored with Supervisor Hartman to be able to carry this resolution. And I think those pinwheels out front are also a reminder to us of how many cases that we continue to see here in the county. So we can do better. We're doing great. We can always do better in this regard.
Thank you. Thank you. Administrative item number 7. Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of April 6, 2025 through April 12, 2025 as National Crimes Victims' Rights Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have District Attorney John Savernock and Victim Witness Assistant Program Manager Ileana Anda. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas over 4,000 individuals are directly harmed by crime each year in Santa Barbara County, and each crime affects many more family members, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. And whereas recognizing our shared humanity is essential to supporting all survivors and victims of crime, and this year's theme of kinship emphasizes the importance of standing with survivors to foster critical connection to services, rights, and healing. Kinship is the foundation of victim advocacy, ensuring that those affected by crime receive the support and resources they need to heal and seek justice. And whereas the Santa Barbara County District Attorney Victim Witness Assistant Program is designated by the Board of Supervisors as the primary provider of support to victims of violent crime and provides services such as crisis intervention, resource and referrals, orientation to criminal justice system, court support and advocacy, and crime victim compensation to help mitigate the negative impacts of crime. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week honors the progress that has been made on behalf of millions of victims since the passage of the Victims of Crime Act in 1984. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week challenges our community and our victim service providers, criminal justice partners, and concerned citizens to promote victims' rights initiatives and the need for effective and compassionate victim services, and financial and emotional support for all those affected by crime. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares the week of April 6th through 12th, 2025 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Santa Barbara County, thereby reaffirming the county's commitment to respecting and enforcing victims' rights and expressing our appreciation to all the victims and crime survivors who have turned personal tragedy into action in order to build a more just community. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps, members of the board, the one defining characteristic of Santa Barbara County is that we care. And I'll say this out loud, and I challenge anybody, any other county to tell me that the people of their county care more than us. I've been at the events. I've been at the events with many of you at the board, and the causes are diverse. But the heartfelt concern for all the members of the community is one consistent and overriding characteristic of the wonderful county that we all have the opportunity to live in. And today's a day where we're not reducing the impacts of crime to statistics or budgets. It's about people. It's about the 4,000 people. It's about our goal as a community to support. Victims of crime are the why in the district attorney's office. They're the why of why we do what we do. I've been before this board. I've been out in the community in my own office. I'm often talking about pain, about loss, about trauma. But today, I want to celebrate victims. Because as much as on a daily basis, and particularly in our victim witness support unit, who are on the front lines of that pain, loss, and trauma on a daily basis, offering support, guidance, care, navigating people through an oftentimes impossible criminal justice system for somebody that doesn't live in it every day. But I want to celebrate the why. We have seen at the district attorney's office in our victim advocates amazing perseverance, physical and mental resilience, healing, and forgiveness, acts of which I will say border on the miraculous. It's the resiliency of the human spirit that I want to celebrate today. And to say that it is my honor, it is the honor of every member of our victim witness team to be able to participate in the healing, to be able to have a small role in helping somebody move from victim to survivor. So as a community that cares, I am honored to be to work with people who also care. They show that care every day, and we will continue to do our job for the victims. Thank you.
Thank you to our district attorney. Item number 8, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have William Ortega from the Public Works Department and Dominic May and Araceli Dominguez from our Parks Department. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Santa Barbara County has a long and prosperous agricultural history of growing annual and periannual plants for products as well as landscape benefits. And whereas the residents of Santa Barbara County treasure the valuable landscape trees provide on both public and private lands and consider them to be essential living features that contribute to their quality of life experience. And whereas the natural beauty of our urban forests and county landscapes, as well as the enhanced beauty of the planted and developed landscape environments, add to the many qualities that draw visitors and new residents to one of California's most beautiful counties. And whereas 4 of the largest incorporated cities in Santa Barbara County have, for many years, been proud and active participants in the Tree City USA program, sponsored by the National Arbor Day Foundation. And whereas April 25th, 2025 is National Arbor Day, and whereas as governing stewards responsible for the planting and care of all trees growing on county public lands, as well as promoting and encouraging conservation of valuable trees growing on private lands, now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara, together with the Public Works and the Community Services Departments, proclaim Friday, April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day throughout the county and encourage all citizens to recognize the multitude of benefits our community derives from the conscious acts of planting and properly maintaining landscape trees, and request that all institutions of primary and secondary education throughout the county seek ways to observe this important day and to teach students the value of trees in our lives, passed and adopted today.
Hello and thank you. Chair Laura Capps, and Vice Chair Bob Nelson, which will be doing it this year at Ralph Dunlap School. Thank you. And board members, appreciate it. I've celebrated it with almost every district except for Steve. That'll be next year, and I'm looking forward to that. I appreciate that. I'm working my way up. This is my 4th year. Udi Loza has done prior to that from 2008, and Anthony Ramirez. So now I'm on my 4th year. Next year will be 5th. I'm here to receive the proclamation resolution for the County of Santa Barbara. We maintain 10,000 trees, and we actively last year received a growth award, and hopefully this year I'll get it. If not, next year I'll get it again. But we're working on that. I'm here to celebrate it with Parks Department, and this will be our 22nd award. We're on our 23rd year being recognized for Tree City USA, and we're here with Parks Department to also accept the award. I'll have them speak in a minute. I also want to thank our director, Chris Denton, for supporting us, Deputy Director Mustafa Udi Loza, our manager, who is our arborist and was in Urban Forest before me. Thank you, and Ashley and Luna for getting our paperwork ready to go and get me up here on the board. Thank you, I appreciate that. I also want to thank Parks Department, Jeff Lingram, Park Department Director Brian Soares, Parks Operation Manager Ryan Heath, Parks Operations. On behalf of Santa Barbara County Urban Forestry, my division is Urban Forestry. We respond and maintain 10,000 trees. We also are the first responders when trees fall in the right-of-way, whether they're private or county. We'll clear the road with the fire department. So I do appreciate the support we get from the Board of Supervisors and recognizing Arbor Day and giving us this resolution so that we can introduce it to the schools. And I'm looking forward to being with Bob this week with Ralph Dunlap School Elementary. So we'll be there and we'll have a good time on Thursday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Parks?
Yeah, thank you, Board, Supervisors, for supporting the Parks Department. We have over a couple thousand trees, close to a couple thousand trees in our inventory within parks and open spaces. We maintain our trees in-house and the use of vendors. Again, thank you to the Board, our Director, Deputy Director Jeff Lindgren, our Director Jesus Armis, I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry. Our immediate ops managers, Brian Soares, Marvin Henning, and our manager, Ryan Heath. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. I love planting those trees, so Supervisor Nelson, you'll have fun. Okay, administrative item number 9.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming May 1st, 2025 as the National Day of Prayer in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Veronica Leach. And if you can make your way to the podium and anyone that you would like to join you. Whereas throughout history, America has faced trials and triumphs, and Americans have responded in prayer, seeking courage and comfort, inspiration and joy-filled celebration. Faith compels us to seek and cling to the light in times of darkness and spread light to those in need. And whereas from the first gatherings of our founding fathers, elected officials have prayed and entreated those they serve and represent to join them in prayer, including the authors of our Declaration of Independence, wrote that they, the representatives of the United States of America in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world, and carried on to present day in presidential proclamations, such as last year's invitation to join him in asking for God's continued guidance, mercy, and protection. And whereas a National Day of Prayer has not only been a part of our heritage since it was declared by the First Continental Congress in 1775, but it is a public law established in the United States Congress in 1952, approved by a joint resolution and amended by Congress and President Reagan with Public Law 100-307 in 1988, affirming that it is essential for us as a nation to pray, and directs the President of the United States to set aside and proclaim the first Thursday of May annually as the National Day of Prayer. And whereas in every state across America, the observance of the National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 1st, 2025, with the theme, Pour Out to the God of Hope and Be Filled, based on the verse in Romans 15:13, that it is That is a prayer and a promise. Now may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, so that you will abound in hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. And whereas unified prayer is mobilized across America every first Thursday of May on the National Day of Prayer, as neighbors come together to join their hearts and voices in reading sacred scriptures and attending services to seek God for the city and country where we live, learn, work, worship, serve, and desire all to thrive. And we express our faith and exercise our freedom in prayer, then unite our hearts and voices in personal prayer in public gatherings across America where fervent praise, repentance, love, and humble intercession for our neighbor and nation, holding fast to the promises throughout the Holy Scriptures that the Lord hears and avails much as he answers the faith-filled prayers of his people. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors recognizes May 1st as the National Day of Prayer in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, Board of Supervisors. On behalf of the Santa Maria Community of Prayer, I would like to thank you for issuing us this resolution, recognizing and honoring this holy and significant privilege we have to gather and pray for our city, our state, and our nation. This will be our 28th year here locally in Santa Maria, uniting from many different churches and groups to call out to God Almighty for his help in these challenging times. In the New Testament, the letter from James chapter 4, verse 8 says, "Come near to God, and God will come near to you." On May 1st, we are expecting that as we draw near to God in prayer and worship, he will respond by drawing close to us as a community here on the Central Coast of California. This union between heaven and earth will have a ripple effect throughout America, with an estimated 35,000 gatherings happening nationwide. This year's National Day of Prayer theme is based on Romans 15:13, as you heard. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. This scripture passage recognizes the God of hope as the one who can fill us with all joy and peace. As we trust in him, then we will overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. This promise of joy, peace, and hope is exactly what we need. And so we're very excited for the fruitfulness that May 1st will bring in the weeks and months to come. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along, administrative item number 10.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sergeant Roy Hale upon his retirement from the Veterans Services Commission. And joining us in person today, we have Sergeant Roy Hale. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Roy Hale has dedicated his life to service, beginning with his enlistment in the United States Marine Corps, where he served as an intelligence analyst in U.S. Embassy security in El Salvador, Panama, and Kingston. And whereas he is a Vietnam War veteran and disabled veteran of the United States Marine Corps, who has continued to serve his fellow veterans through leadership and advocacy in multiple veterans organizations. And whereas Roy Hale has been a committed advocate for veterans in Santa Barbara County, serving as an inaugural member of the Santa Barbara Veterans Collaborative and a North County at-large member of the Santa Barbara County Veterans Advisory Commission since 2021. And whereas he has demonstrated his dedication to veterans through his involvement as a director and lifetime member of American Veterans United, a member of Disabled American Veterans, the American Legion, Orchid Post 534, the 40 and 8 Honor Society, and the Marine Corps League. And whereas Roy Hale has served as a member for the Veterans Treatment Court for 3 years, guiding and supporting fellow veterans through the judicial system and reintegration process. And whereas Roy Hale has made a lasting impact on the veterans community by advocating for their rights, ensuring access to benefits, and fostering collaboration between local organizations. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara recognizes and commends Sergeant Roy Hale for his outstanding service and dedication to veterans in the Santa Barbara County community, passed and adopted today.
Just wanted to say thank you to the board for the recognition.
Wonderful. Administrative item number 11, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 11 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Dave Carlson upon his retirement from the probation department after over 27 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Dave Carlson. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Dave Carlson began his career with the County of Santa Barbara on August 11th, 1997, serving in data services in the District Attorney's Office before joining the Probation Department in December 1999 as a Computer Specialist 1. And whereas through his dedication and technical expertise, Dave advanced through the ranks as Computer Specialist 2, later earning promotions to EDP Systems and Programming Analyst 1, and then EDP Systems and Program Analyst 2. And whereas in his role as EDP Systems and Programming Analyst 2, Dave took an additional leadership responsibilities, serving as the team lead for the probation IT support team, where he provided guidance, mentorship, and critical technical support to ensure the department's technology systems operated effectively. And whereas in recognition of his outstanding service, Dave was honored as the Santa Maria Support Staff of the Year in 2001, reflecting his exceptional work ethic and contributions to the department. And whereas Dave's nearly 3 decades of service has significantly contributed to the efficiency and effectiveness of county operations, ensuring reliable and innovative technology solutions. And whereas Dave Carlson will retire on March 28, 2025, leaving a legacy of professionalism, dedication, and exemplary public service. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors does hereby extend its sincere gratitude and appreciation to Dave Carlson for his years of dedicated service and congratulates him on his well-earned retirement. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the official minutes of the Board of Supervisors in recognition of Dave Carlson's invaluable contributions to the County of Santa Barbara, passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps and board members, it's my pleasure to be able to say a few words about Dave today as you honor him with this resolution celebrating his retirement after 25 years with the county. Dave worked in both county IT and child support before joining our department in 1999. He has been supporting staff and clients ever since, and he is the embodiment of our army of professional staff who work behind the scenes, ensuring the folks doing the public-facing work have all the tools they need to be successful. During the pandemic, our officers had to come to work every day, and some of them were redeployed elsewhere, to shelters, to the EOC, to numerous locations. And since they were on site, so were our support staff, most especially our IT. I'd come into a building with closed doors everywhere with officers working away, and I'd see Dave roaming the halls from time to time, doing his job every day. This is what sticks out most in my memory, consistent on-site support during a time that was very difficult for all of us when it mattered the most. I think most in our department know that Dave is a talented musician, both drummer and a lead singer, and has a recording studio at his house. Recently, he's also taken up several new hobbies in sports, including kayaking and sailing. And now that he's retired, he plans to spend more time with his family, focus on his songwriting, and enjoy kayaking and sailing on the ocean. He has plenty of plans to fill his time with music, nature, and joy. Dave, thank you for your many years of service to the department, and I wish you the best in retirement. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's an honor. I appreciate the nice words and all that. It's coming to the county was a great move for me. You know, if you look at my resume before I came to the county, it was a lot of job hopping, and then I got here and I sort of settled in. I want to thank all the probation family for coming out here. They're the group back there dressed with all the badges, and my family, my mom and everybody that came up from LA, and everybody's here. I appreciate this. I have noticed one thing here today that until we got to the retired people, everybody was wearing a tie. So I noticed that. And thanks for coming, everybody. I know we're all going to leave here, you know, when I get done talking. And so I may not get to say hi to all of you because you have to get back to work. And as you go back to work, just remember that I appreciate all the hard work you're doing, and so does everybody else. But I'll be going to Panera and getting a cup of coffee and a scone. So, but thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Congratulations. And that wraps up our resolutions. Those are wonderful topics. And now we move on to administrative items pulled by the board. I have 20, 22, and 29.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 20 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Psychiatric Health Facility PUF report for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 and fiscal year 2024 through 2025, first and second quarter.
Supervisor Lee.
Good. Thank you, Chair Capps. I just want to pull this in light of the recent discussions about jails. I felt it was important that Tony Navarro is here to shed some light about the great work they're doing at the PUF unit.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisor Chair Capps and members of the board and county staff. Glad to be here this morning. In your packet is the annual report as required in the bylaws for the Psychiatric Health Facility, also known as the PUF. The Psychiatric Health Facility report outlines some data from the past for 23-24 and the first two quarters of 25-26. And while yes, we certainly have had, I'll start with the good news. We actually had an audit in 2023 and 24, and again, a surprise audit just a few weeks ago. We got 2 hours notice this time. That was really nice. They didn't just come knocking on the door. It was good to get 2 hours notice. But both times we had 0 findings for the clinical care and patient care in the PUF, and both auditors who are longtime auditors with the state of California expressed how impressed they were, and the fact that this was the first PUF that either of them had ever given 0 findings to. So we have 2 successive PUFs where the team there are doing incredible work to care for some very, very acute patients. As you can see by the report, over the last 2 years, 2 fiscal years, 2021 until 23-24, we've had some longer lengths of stay. And part of that is we are having a higher acuity patient, if you will. And as we have lots of other legislative requirements happening across county behavioral health in the state, there is actually a much higher need for the long-term beds and step-down placements. Another reason for that, of course, is an aging behavioral health population. The good news is that since the passage of MHSA, we have done so much to bring outreach and services to our population. Folks are living into their older years in care with behavioral health, and they're needing longer-term care. And so there is a shortage of beds, which impacts our ability to step down people sooner. We also are, and per the report, you will see that we are also working with former Assistant CEO Terry Mosnichich, who oversaw the PUF governing board for many years while she was here, and in fact during her tenure worked with the Psychiatric Health Facility team and the Be Well staff at that time to bring forth some operational efficiencies and changes in the system that helped lower the lengths of stay when they had this issue previously. So we are again working with Terry on that to make sure that we are doing all that we can to ensure the most efficient operation at the PUF, both fiscally and operationally. So that's my report.
Thank you, Director Navarro. Any questions or comments? We're good. I appreciate being pulled as well, so we get to spend a little time on it. Thank you. Okay, item number 22 is one that I requested we pull. Oh, I'm sorry, we need to vote on the report from the PUF, administrative item number 20.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 22 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an authorization to apply for Home Key Plus funding.
Okay, I requested this be pulled to shine a little light on it. It's another Dignity Moves project that would involve families, kids, and something that I've been excited about for a long time as a school board member prior to being here. So I just wanted to ask Director Armas to give a bit of an update.
Thank you, Chair Capps, members of the board. Jesus Armas with the Community Services Department. It's exciting to be able to bring this forward to you. It is an area where clearly there is a need, and we've done much in addressing our homeless population, but a critical area is addressing those with children, family and children. We sadly have to encounter situations where we do find families that are without shelter. This affords us an opportunity to submit an application to the state where, if successful, could yield somewhere in the order of $11 million. It's a competitive process, so we're optimistic that we can put forward a competitive application, but as we all know, there are many communities that are going to be looking for similar allocation. So we're optimistic, but also mindful that it is a competitive process. Happy to respond to any questions.
No, that's good. I just want to express my appreciation to the many departments and the many players, including Dignity Moves, that are spearheading this application. So with that, I will move approval of A22.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Last item pulled is administrative item number 29. Supervisor Nelson, did you want to speak to it?
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 29 is from First Five Santa Barbara County Children and Families Commission. It is to consider recommendations regarding the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Child Care Sector Relief and Recovery Initiative Mid-Year Report on, and First Amendment to the Subrecipient Agreement for Services with United Way of Santa Barbara County, Inc. for fiscal years 2022 through 2025.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I pulled this, I brought some attention to this last time when we got the report from United Way, as well as the Children's, it was the Fund for Santa Barbara that was also, or the Santa Barbara Foundation that was doing the other piece there. And I know that this contract was a little slow rolling out initially with the funding. And so I just wanted to maybe tease that out a little bit more and get a little bit better explanation on what's going on there. It seems like a big chunk of those funds are now going out in 24, 25, where that's going towards. I was also looking at the contract, and it commits to providing 250 new beds. Wanted to know what the progress on that was. So if you could maybe take this time just to update myself and my colleagues and the public on how those efforts are coming along.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'm Michelle Robertson, Assistant Director at First Five, and the lead intermediary for this contract. When we came in October, yes, you are correct. United Way was a little slow in getting off the ground. Since then, they've run down the hill. A lot has been happening. A lot of outcomes have been checked off. So the only thing that they are asking an extension for is to spread out the middle income scholarships with the employer-based childcare. So they will have completed all of their outcome deliverables by June, except for this one little piece, which is really items 6 and 7 in the original contract, that by June 30th, 2025, there was to be an establishment of a revolving fund for businesses to establish scholarship funds for middle-income families, and also by June 30th, 2025, establish a revolving fund at United Way to support local employers with their startup. So a couple of delays with startup costs for existing providers is that capital projects take a while in terms of getting permitting and getting their bids secured. So, for example, UCSB, that will be converting some of their preschool classrooms into toddler classrooms, needed a little bit more time that went into the new fiscal year. Guadalupe, which is opening a whole early learning center for their school district, also anticipates finishing by June, but they just wanted a little bit more time in case there were delays in construction or change orders that occur. United Way is on track to meet the 250 slots, as well as, of course, we know Santa Barbara Foundation had already met that.
So the 250 slots will be done by June 30th of this year?
Well, yes, they will have been secured that they will be open. We're just asking for a little bit more time for those capital invoices to come in.
Okay. And then my other question was, I know that this is United Way of Santa Barbara County, which is more South County, but they're operating this county-wide?
They are. They've gone all the way up to Guadalupe.
Okay. And I heard you mention Guadalupe School District, but is those pre-K spots or those infant toddler?
There are some preschool slots that are opening through a state preschool contract, but there is also toddler spots being open for 2-year-olds.
Okay, so we're going to get that 250 in that category?
Yes, that will be part of the grouping.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we were staying on top of those things, and I'm glad to hear that things are moving along on this contract. Maybe hopefully the board's pushing helped motivate that, and if we can accomplish the goals of the contract, it will be successful. And so I'm really hopeful that we're able to get there by the time that we are required to spend these funds. So thank you.
Yes.
So with that, I'll go ahead and move this item.
Okay, we have a motion,
Second.
and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
That wraps up our administrative agenda, and we will now move to general comment, which is time for the public to speak on items that are not on our agenda. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak from the public for general public comment today. We're going to begin on Zoom with Lee Heller. Then we will return to Santa Maria with Steve Wagner. Lee?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. As you know, I can't stand by and do nothing when I become aware of unfair attacks. That's why I commented from New Zealand when you were being maligned by misinformed members of the public about your increase in salary. This is additionally true during National Public Health Week, when we were honoring a profession and a department that works hard and is so often maligned. I was looking at the board packet last night at general public comment, and I saw several emails regarding animal services. I noticed immediately that most of the people commenting were not in fact shelter volunteers or people with regular experience at the shelter. And those who were volunteers were short-timers who do not have the history and experience of shelter involvement that many of us do. I can guarantee that they don't know about shelter systems other than Santa Barbara County, and I certainly recognize a coordinated campaign when I see one, having orchestrated many of my own. I know that you are all too aware that this program is understaffed. It's nearly impossible to do everything that these comments call for without more resources. What's sad is that these commenters are both blaming staff who do not have enough time to do everything and not recognizing how much better off we are than adjacent jurisdictions. In LA County shelters, the kennels are at 200% of capacity, and some of the dogs aren't getting out for months. We are so fortunate to have the level of community involvement and staff commitment here that ensures the dogs are getting into play yards and out on day fostering trips, as well as on walks on a regular basis. We have only just been able to hire a veterinarian after years of us begging and trying because of insufficient salary offers. The notion that somehow you have endless budgetary resources to do things like hiring paid dog walkers says a lot about the failure to understand the reality of what's happening with government funding, especially at this moment in time. Those of us who've been involved with the shelter for decades have seen how vastly better things are now than in the past. And for those of us who rescue in other jurisdictions, as I do, we know how much better off we are in this county. Could we use more staffing? Oh, hell yes. We keep asking, and we will be asking for an approach that will increase revenue to enable us to get the staff to do the best possible job in service of animals and people. But if you talk to any of the longer-term shelter volunteers who've seen the trajectory of this program, you'll know how much better the culture and leadership is than it has ever been, like back when we had 117 dogs and 46 kennels, and you were constantly besieged by complaints. I hope you will help us to continue to make it better and stronger by supporting that leadership. And I encourage the authors of those emails, those who are actual volunteers, to go visit other jurisdictions where they are killing hundreds of dogs each month, while others are piled 4 or 5 to a kennel, to understand how fortunate we are by comparison. And Supervisor Lavanino, I'm channeling you on this. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Steve Wagner to be followed by Charlotte Dinsmore. Steve?
Good morning. I've been here before, so I think you know me. When a mobile home owner has an issue, they'll call our state organization, and then the state organization calls me, and I get to go visit with those people and see what we can do to help them with their problems. And unfortunately, the problem seems to be people not being able to, their money is not living longer than they are when they own a mobile home. They are being forced to leave the homes they bought and thought they would live out their lives in because a small discrepancy in the rent control ordinance, which does not allow leaseholders to be protected by the Santa Barbara County Mobile Home Rent Control Ordinance. And that is because the state had the lease exemption, and the state's lease exemption is gone now, and we're hoping Santa Barbara County will follow suit. When my organization calls me and tells me to go visit someone, and I have to listen to them tell me they're not going to be able to afford to live in their homes anymore, or they tell me they're not able to heat their homes because they have to pay the rent, it's heartbreaking. And I'm thinking of a line that I heard in Blue Bloods, the TV show, where Jamie talks to his wife and says, "You can't save all the puppies in the pound." And I think about that when I leave these homes, and it's sort of a crude way to put it, but we need to get this small change in the rent control ordinance to fix it so it protects more people, at least hopefully a portion of those people who will be able to die in their own homes rather than worrying about where they're going to live. I think the main goal is, and as I just said, have their money outlive them, being able to live in comfort and dignity. And so we're asking the board to please put on the agenda to make that small change in the ordinance so that these people can rest easy. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Steve.
Thank you.
We will now go to Charlotte Dinsmore to be followed by Eileen Hunter. Charlotte?
Excuse me. My name is Charlotte Dinsmore, and I'm addressing the same situation that the other gentleman did. I've lived in my mobile home for 8 years. I was working part-time when I moved in, but because my rent kept going up, I had to start working full-time. I'm 75. My health is bad. I had to quit working 3 years ago. In the last 9 months, I've spent 4 months in the hospital. I can't use heat in my house. I can't turn on a fan in my house when it's hot because I can't afford it. I don't have cable or dish TV. I had to sell my car because I couldn't afford the upkeep. I don't have enough money to make home improvements. I'll be lucky if I can live 2 more years in my mobile home. I have no living family. I can't move in with the kids. I'm stuck. Please, I beg you, do something about rent control. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Eileen Hunter to be followed by Nancy Nicholson. Eileen? Is Eileen here?
Good morning. My name is Eileen, and I've been in my mobile home for 7 years. And every year, the base rent goes up 4%. My Social Security goes up 2.5%. And it's been really tough to keep things going. I do work part-time, but it's just a couple of days a week. It helps, but I've gone from a base rent of $600 to a base rent of $800. And like I said, it's just really hard. And I see other people around me struggling even more than I do. And I was told I had to sign a lease. And that's not true. Because if you pay a month to month, then you don't get that 4% increase a year. So that's pretty unfair as well, being told you have to sign a lease. That's it. Thank you.
We will now go to Nancy Nicholson to be followed by Stephen Simonson. Nancy?
Good morning. Nancy Nicholson. I am 80 years old. I live in a senior mobile home park, and I too am on a fixed budget with my Social Security. Like we're all saying, our Social Security doesn't go up, but our rent sure does at 4% every year. I'd like to be able to buy something extra once in a while, or just basic food, but it's such a balance. And because we are on a lease, we were not told that we could have or should have the option. We were told that we had to sign a 30-year lease. Our people have told us that if we would have read the fine print in the stack of papers when we moved in, we would have seen where we would have an option. However, we did not. So we're asking you all to take into consideration helping us to have our rent control so we have a little bit more balance and maybe we can live out our days in peace. Thank you.
We will now go to Stephen Simonson to be followed by Donna Pulling. Stephen?
Good morning. I've been here before. Rather than hit all those points again, I would just remind you that serfs had to pay rent in the form of hogs and grain to the lord of the land, but he had enough sense not to take the last hog or the last sack of seed grain, whereas these corporate overlords that we have today will not hesitate to take your last hog and your last sack of grain or your last dollar. And this meeting opened with a video of the anniversary, 150th anniversary. Your resolutions today counted on some anniversaries. I would remind you that in 11 days is the 250th anniversary of a gathering of American farmers, millers, coopers, and tinsmiths who had had enough of kings and their kingly edicts and were tired of serfdom. And these landlords are worse than the lords of serfdom, and that the power resides with the people, not the people in power. So I would urge you to stand up for the human rights of the residents and not be enablers for corporate profit. Thank you.
We will now go to Donna Pulling to be followed by Rosalie Paola Oden, who is our final speaker. Donna?
Thank you. I'm here to represent the residents of the Orchid Park Ranch mobile home estates. There are 250 units in this park. We're in Supervisor Nelson's district. And on Saturday, we had a meeting in our park. And I have a petition here signed by a third of our park residents. They all came on to this meeting to learn about rent control and how they did not understand, many of them over the age of 65 that I am, that did not understand that they were locked into these 5-year leases. And actually, when I read my lease, it doesn't lock us into a 5-year lease. It locks us into a 15-year lease because it rolls over every 5 years. So they were signing, and I didn't even realize I was signing a 15-year lease that exempts us from any rent control. I'm asking you to put this on the agenda. We will fill this chamber with walkers and hearing aids and canes. Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Rosalie Paola Oden. Rosalie?
Hello, I'm Rosalie Paola Oden, and I have lived at Sunny Hill Mobile Home Park for almost 5 years, and my story's the same. I only can't understand one thing, why renting month to month is 2.5 and we have to pay 4% if we sign this lease that they said we had to do. So I'm one of those persons that sees the glass half full. So I'm 83 years old, but I don't like to sit still, and I've had a stroke 8 weeks ago. But because I'm a fighter, I'm out now walking a mile, but I still love helping people in our park. And I love the way our park pays attention to what our neighbors are doing and what they need. Because I'm Italian, I like to cook, and so I make meals for those that are living alone and can't cook. So that's how I get fun out of life, but my story's the same as everybody else. We just want to be treated fair, and it be a justice thing that we could pay 2.5 to. Why not? So thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman.
I had a question. This is the only opportunity we have to ask questions. Is anybody working on this on the board?
If I could jump in.
Sure.
I know our office has asked some different questions of HCD about how our ordinance looks. We're tackling a little bit here, but I'm sure other offices' investigation into the issue probably would help serve, I think, all of our constituents that live in mobile home parks. So again, it's not agendized, but I did want to reach out to my constituents that are here in the room that our office is, in fact, looking into this and seeing what options are potentially available under our current ordinance, as well as changes in the future. Obviously, right now, a lot of our efforts are going into the efforts on protecting senior parks specifically, and this is also one of these other issues that we're looking at as well.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a quick break till 10:45. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now moving into our departmental agenda with item number 1, when the clerk is ready.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a retirement waiver and contractor on payroll COP services agreement with Robert Rankin for fiscal years 2024 through 2026.
Hello.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Ryan Wyman, and I'm the Branch Chief of IT for Behavioral Wellness. And with this agenda item, we're recommending a retirement waiver along with the appointment of Mr. Robert Rankin as a contractor on payroll with Behavioral Wellness Department. Mr. Rankin retired on January 18th of this year, 2025, so this will be an exception to the 180 days since retiring. We have received the SB CERS certification of post-retirement employment, which was completed and signed. This agreement will be for the duration of April 14th, 2025 through April 13th, 2026. This contract is not to exceed $49,950. A little background on why we're looking to bring Mr. Rankin in as a contractor on payroll. BeWell fairly recently had 3 members retire from our IT department, along with our IT data team. We also have an individual that's out on a leave of absence. And we're currently working with the Human Resources Department, both with the county and with BeWell, on the recruitment process to bring in much-needed staff. So bringing Mr. Rankin back in as a contractor on payroll will not only help to fill the critical need that we currently have, but also is to help us to assist with onboarding and training of new staff members as well. A little bit of background on Mr. Rankin. He worked in behavioral wellness for 22 years. His most recent position with the county prior to retiring was as a senior EDB systems and programming analyst. And some just experience, just to let you know a little bit about Mr. Rankin. Numerous programming languages, I won't name them all, that he knows and has worked with. He's also an expert trainer. He taught at UCSB as well as De Anza College in Northern California for many years, so he brings a lot of experience as a trainer. He also created numerous databases, and many are still in use within behavioral wellness today. He has a deep understanding of our electronic health records, the one we're currently using, as well as our legacy systems that we have as well. Upon his role, if he comes back as a contractor in payroll, some of his duties will include ongoing staff training, knowledge transfer, and not all-inclusive, but included in this would be documentation, real case scenarios, shadowing and mentorship. We're also going to ask him to record his training sessions so that they could be used in the future as well. Some other duties also would include database maintenance and programming, report automation, database management, and system workflows. So in summary, bringing Mr. Rankin back to assist in behavioral wellness will help both with our current need, with our backlog of IT requests and data programming needs, as well as being able to assist with knowledge transfer for both new and existing staff. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. That was the best presentation on bringing back an employee that's going to retire that I've ever seen up here. You did an amazing job, very convincing, all the information that the board would ever need or the public need. And there's a big reason why we do these is because we want to, push back on some of the abuse that happened in the past. And so we want to have this transparent process, and you just made that go really well. And I just want to thank you for that. And I'm going to definitely support this item and other departments out there that look to bring back employees this way. This is the model to do it. So thank you, Tony, and thank you, Mr. Wayman, for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I just did want to have one public clarification of how much time, because again, we don't always like to do this because it means that they're getting a retirement plus other pay. So how much time is this limited for?
It's 666 hours.
Okay,
So
roughly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad that there's a finite time. Thank you very much. I'm happy to support.
And I'd point out that's less than that they legally can do. So I thought also it's nice that they
Helpful.
actually took that extra effort. Instead, we'll do even less. So again, I think this is very prudent, the way that your department came about this.
Great. Okay. Is that a motion, Supervisor Nelson?
I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion for a staff recommendation, A through D.
Any public comment before I second?
Chair Capps, members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, then I will second that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we'll move on to department item number 2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an appeal filed by Michael Stoltley, applicant of the County Planning Commission's incomplete application determination for the Richards Ranch Keysite 26 project, and this is in the 4th District. And before we proceed with today's item, we did have a couple of documents that needed to be voted into the record that were over a page in length, and per board policy, they need to be voted in by the board if received after noon on Friday prior to today's hearing. And I will read those off now. First is a public comment letter from Lindy Hatcher, HBACC and CBIA on April 4th at 12:02 p.m. The presentation from the appellant applicant received April 7th at 11:53 a.m. And a letter of technical assistance from California Department of HCD submitted by the appellant applicant Ginger Anderson on April 7th at 4:35 p.m. And if we can get a motion to approve those as part of the record.
I would make such a motion.
All right, do we have a second?
Okay, so this has nothing to do with this hearing, but we just got done at the last appeal making a big statement to everybody that we were no longer going to receive these last-minute late presentations and changes. If we make I don't know what to do here, because we do have the letter from HCD that we need to that I'm relying on as well. So can I ask County Council, what's the difference between part of the record and what I'm relying on for evidence?
Supervisor Lavanino and members of the board. So you really are voting to make it part of the evidence in the record that you're considering. I would note that that HCD letter, it does seem to have, they seem to have received it yesterday, so I don't know that they could have made the deadline. And then as for the presentation, we went over this the last time this came up, but even if you don't admit it into the record, the applicant still has the opportunity during their time to present whatever information they want. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay. So I know not everybody watches all of our hearings, but I don't know how we get that information out, and I don't know if it's through. Generally we use the same land use attorneys are here, but the HCD letter to me needs to be in the record because I'm relying on that. And the presentation. What was the last thing? The presentation is going to be in one way or the other. What was the third item? Just
Chair
a letter.
Capps and members of the board, it's a public comment letter by Lindy Hatcher.
Yeah. So the public comment is public comment if somebody wants to come up and make public comment, but that kind of goes against what we were saying about late ads. So I'll follow the motion just because I think we have to have that letter in the evidence. But
we could say just that letter.
Yeah, we could. And the presentation is going to be the presentation. Okay, let's do that if that's your motion.
Okay, I'll move that we admit the HCD letter into the record.
And again, this has nothing to do with this particular hearing. This is that we continually, we get these agendas and we go over them religiously and rely on the information we have at the time. And then we get to a hearing and there's always all these last minute, hey, you got to read these things. And it's like, well, I'm up here right now. I can't, just doesn't work. So again, to everybody out there that participates in these types of hearings, get your information in by the deadline, please. But I will second your motion, Supervisor Hartman.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also going to support the motion. Actually, I think it's important, out of abundance of caution, to make sure that we have as much of this information in the record as possible, especially as we discuss it. I don't want to cause any additional angst or hardship that is unnecessary. So, and I think just for, again, because there might be, there's actually been a threat of litigation here. I think that just out of abundance of caution, I do want to accept all pieces on this one, just to be. I know that's not what we want in the future, and we want to make sure that gets out there, but I think that might be helpful.
It's your district, I'm fine with that,
So to change the motion?
Amend the motion back.
okay. I will second,
We admit everything.
okay, I will second that as well.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And now we need to do ex parte, please. If anyone would like to kick us off.
Sure. I had a Zoom meeting yesterday with Mr. Stolte and with Beth Collins, his representative. I think that's all I have.
I had the same, so I will repeat yours. It was also yesterday. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I didn't have any outside conversations, just with county staff. I did have a brief conversation with my planning commissioner, as well as a brief conversation with Commissioner Park after the hearing that I witnessed on the planning commission on this item, but nothing beyond that.
Supervisor Lee.
On April 2nd, I spoke on the phone with Beth Collins and Michael Stolle.
And I also had a Zoom meeting with them.
Okay. All right, let's dive into the staff presentation, please. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, did you already read it into the record? You did.
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, this has been read into the record.
Okay, perfect. So now we can move on to the staff presentation. Thank you, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as Ms. Alexander indicated, this is an appeal from a Planning Commission decision regarding the completeness of an application, a builder's remedy application. Today, I have Aaliyah Vosberg, who's our planner on the case, Gwen Byler, our supervising planner, and Travis Seawards, deputy director, and we're all available to answer any questions. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Vosberg.
There you go. Thank you and good morning. As Director Plowman mentioned, the item before you today is the applicant's appeal of the determination that the Richards Ranch project application is incomplete. Is this going? There we go. So this is a vicinity map showing the project site outlined in orange. The site consists of 4 existing labeled lots separated by Union Valley Parkway and Orchid Road. It's located in the Orchid Community Plan area and is designated Key Site 26. And the site is zoned C2 Retail Commercial and has a land use designation of General Commercial, Office and Professional, and Planned Development 3.3 units per acre. At a high level, the project application is a request for approval of a tentative tract map, a development plan, a conditional use permit to allow subdivision of the project site and construction of 750 residential units, commercial development, including a car wash, drive-through restaurant, convenience store, and gas station, and a personal storage facility. This table shows a timeline of the applicant's submittals and the county's incompleteness determinations. As detailed in the staff report, the applicant submitted an SB 330 preliminary application in December 2023, submitted the full application in May 2024, and there have been 2 subsequent resubmittals. On February 20th, Planning and Development issued an incomplete letter in response to the most recent resubmittal and identified 2 remaining incompleteness items, those being floor plans and Public Works Transportation Division items. On February 25th, the applicant filed an appeal of this incompleteness determination to the Planning Commission, and on March 19th, the Planning Commission denied the appeal and determined that the application is incomplete. And then on March 31st, the applicant filed a timely appeal to your board. This appeal is being considered by the Board of Supervisors in accordance with the Land Use and Development Code, which provides that any final action on decisions that are appealed to the Planning Commission may be appealed to the board. The processing of this appeal is also subject to Section 65943C of the Permit Streamlining Act, which provides that there must be final written determination by the county on the appeal within 60 days after receiving the appeal application. Therefore, the last regularly scheduled hearing at which the board can make a determination on this appeal is today's hearing of April 8th. The appeal application identified 3 appeal issues related to completeness that will be discussed in the next slides. And it should be noted that an additional appeal item was identified by the applicant related to forfeiture of the builder's remedy application. This forfeiture issue is still being reviewed because the applicant has submitted additional information. There you go. So for appeal issue 1 related to completeness, the applicant asserts that the resubmittal application was submitted to Planning and Development on January 20th, and Planning and Development missed the deadline to respond. Therefore, the application should be automatically deemed complete. In response to appeal issue 1, staff finds that the Government Code section states that a completeness determination must be made not later than 30 calendar days after the county has received the application. P&D could not have received the applicant's resubmittal on January 20th because Planning and Development was closed for the federal holiday. Instead, Planning received the submittal on January 21st and issued a timely response to the resubmittal on February 20th within 30 calendar days of receipt. For appeal issue 2, the applicant asserts that the incompleteness determination violated the Permit Streamlining Act and Housing Accountability Act because the county cannot require items for completeness that were not on an intake checklist, cannot request new information for completeness, cannot characterize inconsistency items as incompleteness items, or cannot require submittal of the informational equivalent of an EIR for completeness. For appeal issue 3, the applicant asserts that, notwithstanding appeal issue 2, the resubmittal was responsive to all incompleteness items and should be deemed complete. So as mentioned earlier, the incomplete letter identified 2 remaining incompleteness items, which were floor plans and public works items. With respect to the floor plans, staff finds that the applicant did not provide the required floor plans with the required details specified on P&D's application intake checklist. The applicant's site plan and project description have repeatedly identified the square footage, dimension, and shape of the proposed convenience store, car wash, and drive-through. However, the recently provided floor plans show structures that are different than the structures proposed. Figures and details to illustrate that were included in the staff report, and therefore staff was unable to get an accurate and complete representation of the proposed project, which is necessary to enable staff to begin review of the project for consistency with county standards. Finally, with respect to the Public Works items, the first incomplete letter identified a list of items required by Public Works for application completeness. Public Works has indicated that the identified items were not fully addressed and remain outstanding application and completeness items. So with that, as outlined in the board letter, the board can deny the appeal, determine that the application is incomplete, and find that the action is an administrative activity and is not a project for the purposes of CEQA. Or the board may also take an alternative action and as described in the board letter to determine the application is complete. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to the applicant, are there any questions for staff at this point?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I know that this is kind of specific to the appeal today, but I think it's important because this is one of the first time that we've had this item, or at least connected to this development before our board, just to kind of get some history here and make sure I understand where everything's at. I think it's good for myself, for my colleagues, and for the public just to, so this project right now, they've got a builder's remedy application that they submitted. They're also going through another process. What exactly is going on there?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So the applicant has an application that went through a review at the City of Santa Maria, and they are seeking annexation into the City of Santa Maria. And they've submitted that application now to LAFCO. And it's a different project. It's still a mixed-use project, but it is different.
It's a different project. It's a little less on the density on the housing, right, and a little bit more on the commercial.
They have a higher level of commercial square footage, yes.
Okay.
And different uses.
All right. So that's one pathway this project potentially is going on this site. If that is unsuccessful for whatever reason, they pivot back to the county. I think that's what they're after here, is to try to have kind of a foothold left in the county here on this project. If completeness is determined by the board, what are the next following steps for a project like this?
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. So if completeness is determined by the board, due to the size of the project, we have 60 days to do a consistency review. And that would include an analysis of all objective standards and policies from the zoning code, the Orchid Community Plan. We have to provide that to the applicant within 60 days and also let them know of the CEQA review that we would be doing. So we would request additional studies to supplement the CEQA materials that they've already submitted.
And then at that point, that CEQA document would then go to the county or go through the planning commission, all those types of, for approvals?
Yeah, if the project move forwards, yeah. The permits are DVP, right? So yeah, it would go to the planning commission first if the applicant chooses to move forward with a project. Once the county meets their consistency review requirement timeline, a project can sit. We've hit all of our marks per state law. And so it's up to the applicant to choose to move forward with that project.
Okay. And they could just hold on to that for a while until they figured out whether the city process worked, and then they could come back to us and start working on that at that time.
That is correct,
Okay,
yep.
Great. I know there's this issue about the forfeiture, but really that's not really what the appeal is about, right? It's really about completeness, not forfeiture?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're not really making any decisions about that. That's really a staff level decision and a technical one?
Correct.
Okay, great. And the issue on that was they changed the numbers on their pre-application, is that right? They had originally, to qualify for this, they had certain square footage and a percentage of the square footage for this. Am I understand that correct? Can you maybe explain to us?
Sure.
It's pretty technical, and I'm deep in the weeds, but I know that everybody else out there is
Yep. Happy to
playing
do
catch
that.
up.
Okay. So for a housing eligible project under the Housing Accountability Act, you are doing an SB 330 pre-application process. You identify your number of units, your construction square footage. Once you submit the 17 items, you are vested with that project under the Housing Accountability Act. This was a builder's remedy project, so that gave them a little extra, coverage because we weren't compliant with the housing element. The square footage they put on their pre-app did not ever match their site plan square footage. We didn't discover it till later because we kept requesting for totals of that square footage number. And finally, staff just calculated it on the last review themselves, found that those two numbers did not match.
And how far off were they?
About 56%. Yeah.
56% more. Wow.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And so that's another issue for another time. That today it's just on the issue of whether it's complete.
Correct. Yeah.
I do know, and just because it's part of the narrative here, was that this was potentially studied in the housing element as a potential project site, right?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair, that's correct.
And the commitment that I think that I just wanted to make sure I got out in the record was that we'd sit down and try to work on a development plan for them to move forward after that. And we did have some meetings on that. And in those meetings, the developer decided that they wanted to move towards the City of Santa Maria project.
We did have initial meetings with the applicant and tried to figure out a chart a course for them in the county. And then ultimately, for a variety of reasons, I think they chose to stick with the application that they had in place for maybe 2 years at the city.
All right. Thank you. I just want to make sure that story gets out. I know I have the media here, and I know some of my colleagues are new to this, and so I want to make sure that there's a little bit of that background there. One of the questions I had was, what's proposed here is a project has some commercial, and the narrative has been the reason why that they never came into the county is because they couldn't get water for commercial. So can you help me? So do they have the ability to have water on this project?
So Supervisor Nelson through the chair, the applicant has provided a preliminary can and will serve letter from Golden State Water. In that letter, it does specify that there is a supplemental water requirement for this site, and that will apply to this project as well. It is something that we will need from the applicant is demonstration of that supplemental water.
But they would add that. They could have had the same exact letter for the other project that would have been a normal Keysite 26 project as well. So it's no different than what is out there that they're saying that they can't pursue.
That's
right?
correct.
So on one hand, they're saying they can't pursue the project that they're proposing in the city of Santa Maria because they can't get the water, but they have the same type of requirement on this one as they do on that project?
Yeah, that is correct. The supplemental, or the preliminary canon will serve letter does say that the Golden State Water can provide water service to the site, but for both projects, there is a supplemental water requirement, and we have not received any demonstration of the supplemental water proposal for this project yet.
Okay.
That would be that difference, I believe.
And just so for the public, that's a completeness issue, that's a consistency issue, not a completeness issue.
That's correct.
Okay, so again, this is very technical. There's completeness, consistency, and then there's CEQA. So there's a bunch of different processes to eventually get to a project. And then there's all that goes on beyond that. Okay, just want to make sure, again, super complicated for everybody. I get it. I just want to make sure it was all right in my head as we start to throw out a bunch of terminology that some people might not be as familiar with. Most of these incompleteness issues are things that are in Public Works' letter. Is that right?
Supervisor Nelson, Public Works had some, I'd say a list of 5 to 6 issues, and then we identified the floor plan issue as a planning incompleteness item.
But that's more of actually that's that issue. Yeah, I understand that, but that's really not what we're talking about. I think where I want to make sure we're focusing, because that's an issue on whether they forfeited or not. So
there was,
maybe I misunderstood. Oh, on the car wash.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
so-
floor plans for the car wash and the convenience store didn't match the site plans, and so we were just confused by those numbers. But
right.
then Public Works did have their list of things that they said they did not get as far as information requested.
All right. Can I hear from, is it all right if I ask a question for Public Works on that? Is it, Mr. Robertson's here? So thank you, Mr. Robertson, for being here. There's a few of these items there that are on your list. Are these normal items for projects in Santa Barbara County that are part of your completeness determination?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes. These are standard items that, so I appreciate your knowledge on consistency versus completeness. A lot of the housing projects have pushed the consistency analysis items that we would require, let's say in plan check after entitlements had been issued in a general, let's say, development plan. They've pushed them up early in the process. So we are working through it. At the Planning Commission, I did have a conversation with the applicant, and we were working on the Bodger project in Lompoc, and they did say, oh, well, what you asked over here, we thought we supplied them on this one. Yes, but not quite the same. So are they common? Are they things we ask for all the time? Absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't a surprise. These are typical.
No, because they were provided at the first incomplete letter, a long list. And through the process and each submittal, they continue to not be on the project. Now, was that a miscommunication? I can't say. That's for the applicant to answer. But at the end of the day, the list was there. And when we were asked to deem the project complete, the items weren't there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
Yes.
Those are my questions.
Could you elaborate what those are?
So without having my list in front of me, I was just racking my brain earlier. We ask for driveway profiles for all the driveways on the site. Reason being is driveways, there's a definitive standard in the engineering design standards for slopes. If I don't see those slopes specifically for the driveway, I can't determine that the project is consistent with our standards. Full width of right-of-way is one of those things that I asked. Maybe our letter was unclear. I did say in our letter that it was full width of county right-of-way. The Caltrans right-of-way was not shown. That was one of the things that when I was in a rush to write the letter, I said, oh, well, the right-of-way was not shown for Caltrans, therefore it's incomplete. So full width of right-of-way, we ask for something like called the centerline radius of the road. So standard dimensions, and so slopes of the roadway, slopes of the gutter, the radiuses of any curves, all those things need to be shown because we have distinct standards that are in our document. We've had these standards since 1987. It should be no surprise to the project's engineer. An updated version in 2011. Those are all things that we gauge for consistency. Can some of these things wait till consistency? Yes, but then my first letter for consistency is going to be an incomplete item asking for the things, or I'm sorry, an inconsistent letter asking for things that I asked for at the completeness stage. It just seems like a waste of time. So, right off, landscape plans. So we ask for detailed landscape plans that show what the trees are. Why do we ask for that? Because sight distance triangles for people entering and exiting the driveway, we need to see whether or not their landscaping is going to cause a problem with sight distance and create potential collisions. Those are the things offhand. There were probably a few more things, but they are, as I stated to Supervisor Nelson earlier, they're standard things that all projects are asked for. It's even prior to
But
these
typically, it's been done at a later stage in the process, and this is a somewhat new requirement to get it up front.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I would say that is the case because we had the flexibility after entitlements to work with the applicant. We could write a generic condition, you shall comply with our driveway standard. That's great. I'd still prefer to go back to something like that. And they would modify their project at that time after entitlements. They had their entitlement, they were happy, we were able to work with them on the site plan, everything was great. The housing law changes have made it so there are protections to the applicant. At least this is my understanding. I may have to defer to council on this one. But if they don't meet a standard and we don't catch it at the consistency stage, that it may be that they don't have to meet that standard as long as it is not a health and safety concern. And that doesn't work for us. Again, I may need to defer to council on that one, but that's our understanding. So yes, we ask for these things earlier now so we can flush out the potential of not meeting a standard later in the process due to a change in the site plan. We don't want to move a driveway later on because they can't meet a standard in a certain location.
Okay. Other questions?
Yes. I think this is for P&D. Thank you. And that is, how many builder's remedy projects have we had in the county so far?
Supervisor Hartman, around 16 to 18, give or take.
Have we deemed any of them incomplete, to a process like this?
Supervisor Hartman, this is the only project that has been deemed incomplete. All the other builder's remedy projects are complete.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. It seems as though we're done with staff questions for now, and we can move on to the applicant presentation.
I'll drive. I'm gonna try to put this up so I don't have to stand like a giraffe here at this podium. Can you hear me? Okay, and you're going to time me on here, 10 minutes, I think? Yes? Oh, you started, or can you start it again?
You got 3 extra seconds
Okay.
at the end. We'll make sure you're fine.
Okay. Chair Cap, Supervisors, I'm Beth Collins from Brownstein. I'm representing Richard Durant. We only have 10 minutes, and I have extensive written materials that I've submitted, plus the PowerPoint, which was submitted timely before noon. And then we have the new HCD letter, so I'll go through some of these slides quickly. This is a mixed-use builder's remedy project, over 1 million square feet of building with this project, 750 residential units, 156 deed-restricted affordable units. Here are some elevations. There are 4 appeal issues before you. 2 of them are about the incompleteness determination, and then the next 2 are about the loss of our builder's remedy and HAA protections. On 3 and 4, HCD agrees with us. You've also received a letter from Californians for Home Ownership, and our appeal also makes clear that the county is frankly facing litigation here. Because denying our appeal means denying an affordable housing project under the HAA. So I stole this slide from the next item that is on your agenda. Ironically, it's a workforce housing report. This report will tell you we need more housing. And this project, ironically, provides it. 156 low-income deed-restricted units, 594 other affordable by design projects will house folks like these in North County. We're also 25% into this housing element cycle, and frankly, North County is failing in production. We had 110 units that were permitted last year. 94 of those were ADUs, and none of them were deed-restricted affordable. This project is an affordable housing project, and it is also, this is a strong reminder, the county must interpret the HAA to provide the fullest possible protections to this project. And to date, frankly, you just haven't been doing that with this appeal. So let's go through the issues. Appeal issue number 4. Our square footage did not change. You can play Where's Waldo here and compare the two site plans. There is no difference. There is not some 57% change in the site plan. This gotcha approach to taking vesting violates the HAA, and HCD agrees with us. On the 90-day issue, HCD also agrees. These are letters sent to other jurisdictions. This is the Ja case. It's a trial court case that I sent you on Friday. HCD has now said the same thing in its letter to this county. Now, the board letter, and you just heard the advice that these two issues aren't before you. I disagree. They are appealable director determinations, but frankly, even if they aren't, this board regularly directs staff on all sorts of issues, and you can certainly direct staff to follow the HCD letter and not violate state law. That is in your purview. It is in your power today. Now, on the Permit Streamlining Act, Ja makes it clear, that trial court case I sent you, the PSA, the Permit Streamlining Act, must be interpreted with the HAA. And the PSA was created to create clear and understanding of the specific requirements. So let's talk about these nitpicking items on this application. The PSA requires, we put in our application within 30 days. The county can get back to us in less than 30 days, by the way, but within 30 days, they have to give us one exhaustive list. It has to be based on a checklist. You just heard Will Robertson, actually at the Planning Commission, he admitted that he added things. You just heard Will Robertson admit that he used consistency items on his incomplete items, saying that it was a waste of time to not include them at this point. But nonetheless, they are a basis of the county's now finding us incomplete. There are also CEQA items on there. That doesn't mean that we're saying we're not going to provide the information. We will. We can provide it during the consistency phase. We'll provide it during the CEQA phase. It's just not a proper basis to find us incomplete, and it's certainly not a proper basis to take our vesting under the Housing Accountability Act. So here, on the floor plan issue, this is not normal. It's a 1 million square foot project, and we're talking about discrepancies of less than 1,500 square feet. This is normally a phone call. This is normally something you work out with staff over the application process. This is not normally something you would lose your vesting over. Here's some examples of some of the small discrepancies. These, again, are normally discussions with staff. In fact, I bet if I went through all the other applications that were found complete, I could find all sorts of discrepancies similar to this, but those applications were found complete. In fact, it looks like staff was told to scour through our application and find reasons to justify finding us incomplete, which frankly is improper and sad. These minor differences are just not normal reasons to be found incomplete. On Public Works, there wasn't even a checklist. There is no reason for any Public Works item to be a basis legally for incompleteness. Also, There are a bunch of CEQA and consistency items. You heard Will Robertson just talk about that. He talked about being worried about not being able to have an application be found consistent. The thing is, on our plans, these are all examples, and look here, driveway entrance to conform with county standards to be subject to submission of approval. So we did address these things in our application. So now onto the counting. This is the last issue. The Permit Streamlining Act says the county need to get back with us in 30 days. The county is saying that they didn't receive the application until Tuesday. Ginger Anderson, my lovely and amazing planner, worked on MLK Day. Acela, she logged into your system that was open for business on MLK Day. It received the materials on MLK Day. That is the first day. We're not trying to count that day. That's day 0. We're trying to count Tuesday. MLK Day is day 0, which the rules are very clear, don't count. We're trying to count Tuesday. Staff saying Tuesday doesn't count because they only just received it when they showed up at work and opened Acela. That's not the rules. And in fact, you notice that staff admits all of these other weekends and holidays, including President's Day, do count toward the 30 days. But because MLK Day is the first day, it doesn't count. They miscite, the staff report miscites California Rule of Court, saying it excludes holidays. Actually, California Rule of Court, the Government Code, the Civil Code section says that the holiday is only excluded if it falls on the last day, not the first day. So we also have Acela. Acela herself, I'm going to call her a her, she says it was accepted on January 20th. That's when the counting should have started. It's day 0. Also, fun fact, the county can shut down Acela and does shut down Acela for business. If it doesn't want to receive materials on weekends and holidays, it should and can do that, but it did not. It was open for business on MLK Day. Now, staff wants to say it didn't receive it until it came in the next day, but what if the staff member was sick? Are we supposed to track that? What if they were on a holiday? What if they were busy that day at a hearing such as this and didn't get to log into Acela? I'll tell you, the city of Santa Barbara also has Acela. If you upload your materials on Saturday, when it is open for business, day 1 is Sunday, MLK Day is day 2, day 3 is Tuesday. Or yes, I counted that right. So in other words, city of Santa Barbara counts like we are saying you should count, and by the statutes say you should count as well. So we should be deemed complete as a matter of law. But finally, I just want to say this project is being treated differently, unfairly. It looks like it's being targeted. All these are actual information and completeness letters we received. All of them ask for clarifications, changes, additions. That is normal. This is not normal. You're supposed to give the fullest possible weight in the interest and approval of the provision of housing. That is what state law says. This type of nitpicking is not that. It looks like bad faith. So please grant this appeal. I am very hopeful that this board can take a moment, stop the train wreck that has been happening here with this appeal, wasting time and money. Also, interestingly, burning 2 hearings. You're only allowed 5 on an affordable housing project, and you've now burned 2. So with that, I am here for questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Collins. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
A couple. Big picture, why is the date so important? Explain.
Okay, so big picture, the date's important because then we're deemed complete as a matter of law. We don't have to go through this consistency nitpicking anymore. It kind of ends it. It also ends the 90-day issue because we are then deemed complete within 2 90-day cycles, so we don't have to worry about that discrepancy. The only hanging chad then would be the 20% modification in square footage, and the HCD letter is pretty clear on that. So I'm hopeful that you'll direct staff to change its position on that.
And basically, you're saying it's nitpicking. These are really immaterial things. Could you elaborate that?
Sure. Applications, especially on a project this size of 1 million square feet, often have discrepancies in square footages. They have, I mean, one of the items is you didn't show the floor plan for the inside of a car wash. Well, there are no development standards for the inside of a car wash. You're only allowed to apply checklist items, objective design standards to this project. It's not that we're not going to provide the information. We're glad to provide the information, but it's not an incompleteness item. And I bet I could find a number of other car washes that were deemed complete, let alone approved, without a plan on the inside of the car wash.
I guess that does it. Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Collins. It's somewhat connected, but the question I had about staff about the water issue on the commercial piece of this, can you help me with that at all? What's the thought process there?
On the water portion of this project.
Yeah.
Yes, I was confused a little bit by your comments earlier saying that the water is the same requirement. Because as you know, there's not the same requirement for water when it's a project inside the county versus in the city of Santa Maria, which is our annexation project. So it's easier to get water. Obviously, there is a way to get water when you're annexed. There is not a way to get water when you are a project such as this. So what we had to do when we were tooling up our builder's remedy is we had to look at what are commercial uses with minimal water. And unfortunately, that's what's presented here with our project. We wish we could bring commercial uses with water, like our Santa Maria project, which is far superior for the community. We wish we could have brought those types of uses like a grocery store and restaurant, those types of things. But unfortunately, now we have storage because it's a low water use commercial issue. So I was a little confused by that discussion about water and saying it's the same requirement, and because it is different if it's developed in the county or in the city.
I guess the question came, who would sell the water for that commercial piece in this project? Where would that come from?
That's a good question.
I was just curious. I mean, that really was a curiosity question more than anything.
You nailed it. You nailed it. That is the conundrum. That is why we've been pursuing an annexation, and that is part of the reason why. And I heard Director Plowman saying we decided to stick with the annexation, but we were told on the dais in the housing element process. In fact, Supervisor Nelson, you said you were going to do a DA and a rezone. And that was the whole thing that we were entering into that development agreement process for. But then there was a bait and switch. Suddenly it was no, we were going to have to go and get a general plan amendment and a rezone, and we wouldn't get rezoned by the county along with the development agreement. So that is why we stuck with the annexation. That plus the fact, of course, there was no water.
Okay, I think that is not completely accurate, but I'll take that as a version of why the development agreement didn't move forward, which, is not that that's what this is about at all, because I mean, this is obviously very focused today. But that's something I know that the county is still open to whether you guys want to move forward with this or another project in the future if we eventually get there. So I do want to make sure that that's, on the record there, that the commitments that were made during the housing element still exist today by this board.
Well, with respect, I was involved in those discussions, and I did actually just watch the tape last night. So it's my impression, and I'm not telling an untruth, which is what I think you just suggested. It was my impression that that is exactly what happened during that development agreement process.
Okay. I think we're getting far afield of what we're supposed to be doing here, so I apologize for taking it down that route. That wasn't my intention there. It was really to try to offer a pathway, but those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? I think we're good for now at this moment. So now, thank you, Ms. Collins. Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak from the public before we proceed?
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak from the public on this item. We're going to begin on Zoom with Carl Eckhart, to be followed by Diana Black. Carl?
Thank you very much, Chair Capps and the supervisors. My name is Carl Eckhart, and I am the Vice President for State and Local Government Affairs with the National Association of Home Builders. Our letter was submitted on April 4th for the record for this hearing. And the applicant is a member of the National Association of Home Builders and also of the local association. And I just wanted to be present to show support for the project and offer a bit of maybe more of a national view. I've been working in housing policy and politics for about 18 years, and I think I can see clear this is a very subjective hearing and has very little objectivity to it. And I would encourage you all to kind of look at it more from an objective standpoint, looking at the map of where this development would go and what's around it, the air base and the need for more workforce housing in the county, which is never going to get met. But this would make a great step towards it. A lot of local governments around the country try very hard to stop development of workforce housing, to stop development of any housing, and use these sort of tactics that make it look like we're looking for perfection in the application, even though that never gets achieved. And I think it's important to just make sure that the government and the private sector are working together, because the applicant is trying to help solve a problem that the county has. And I think working together, the very easy solution is to approve this and then work together to make sure that the new units that go in meet everybody's needs. Having 750 units and then 100 and some that are deed restricted affordable, that is a very high percentage, and that is going to make sure that you start to meet the state law requirements. And I've been doing this a long time and have yet to hear the car wash tunnel excuse. So I'm going to put that in my book for the future. But I just encourage you to take a moment to step back and look that this is something that is being presented from the private sector to the public sector to work together to solve a problem of affordable housing in your county. And I hope that you can come to the right solution today. So thank you for your time.
And it appears Diane Black is no longer on Zoom, so we are going to return to Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Chair Capps, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. As you know, your next item deals with issues of housing availability and affordability. And this item is a textbook explanation as to why you have that problem. For the record, the applicant is not a member of CoLab. I've not spoken at any of these hearings, but this kind of became like the ambulance scandal, in my opinion. I kept watching things and I thought, what's going on here is not right. The applicant had three technical paths here. He could have gotten rezoned through the county regional housing need assessment process, but unfortunately Supervisor Nelson pushed back, even though the other supervisors said, why not? Why not? It got pushed back, he didn't get on it. Then they decided to do the city route, and Supervisor Nelson, unfortunately, who's usually one of the most private property rights guy on the face of the planet Earth, didn't like that one either. And now you've got the state process with builder's remedy, where behind the scenes, somebody has nitpicked this thing to death. So you've got a project that's been blocked via the city, the county, and the state process. The wake-up call to me was when I heard Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman tell Supervisor Nelson and the rest of the board that developers need to be treated fairly. There's something wrong here. And when things don't add up, usually something else is going on. And I don't like the builder's remedy, but the fact is, I spoke at a hearing probably 30 years ago on why Orchid needed to buy state water. They didn't buy state water. And it makes no sense for the city to sell state water and lose tax revenue that they need to depend on to a developer in the county. And fortunately, the county had the chance to streamline this project through RENA, and they didn't do it. So the fact that you're facing a builder's remedy right now or an annexation is on you, not the developer. You need the housing. This project provides the housing, and we would encourage you to get out of the way of the developer with regard to the remaining two options, and that is the city or the builder's remedy. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment. I did receive notice that we had a late request to speak, and the member of the public is having difficulty logging into Zoom, so perhaps we can hear from them after the applicant's rebuttal.
Sure. If that works. Thanks to the members of the public who spoke. We will now move to rebuttal. Oh,
Madam Chair and members of the board, usually we do rebuttal after public comment and just so that there's anything they want to address. So we could try maybe to get the speaker.
Chair Capps and members of the board, my apologies. There was some confusion. The member of the public wanted to speak on departmental item number 3. So we can proceed to applicant's rebuttal.
sounds good. We have 5 minutes for the applicant's rebuttal.
And that is 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining from your presentation.
Thank you. So supervisors, that was a bit of a speed PowerPoint through a lot of detail, although you did have the PowerPoint before, and it's in our very lengthy materials. So I just want to kind of take a beat and make sure that you heard what I said about these HCD letter issues are, I believe, something you can direct staff on today. You can right the ship, make sure we don't lose our builder's remedy vesting. So those are appeal items 3 and 4. Maybe you don't even call them the appeal items that you're ruling on. Instead, you're just saying it's our direction to staff to consider the HCD letter and follow it. That would significantly limit the liability here. It would de-escalate the situation and allow us to move forward like a normal application, or more normal. Then as to the deemed complete as a matter of law, the 30-day issue, frankly, that's just easy. Take a load off staff, tell them if they want to have a cella not open for business, close a cella, but otherwise, if something's uploaded, it should count as the first day, day 0, do like the city of Santa Barbara. Separately, on the completeness issue, this nitpicking, it's very unusual. I've been doing this over 20 years. I've never seen an incomplete item checklist like this. And as you heard, this is the only builder's remedy that got found incomplete. It looks to be an outcome driven. If you can kill this now by just finding it complete, which is what I ask you to do. I will note, and I have kind of insinuated it, but it does, and I actually think that many people in this room know this. This project seems to be treated differently. Either it's due to a personality issue with my client, if it's due to the fact that he's stuck in a decades-old water war. I'm not sure the reasons, but good governance demands due process and proper treatment. And so it is my hope that you guys can right this ship today, or at least start writing it today, because we are not in a good situation. This is not the way government should run. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now it's time for staff comments.
Thanks, supervisors. I think I just want to just say one thing. I don't want the department to be responsible for counting taking projects in on holidays and weekends as day one. I think that would be very problematic for us. People can submit anything. It could just be wrong information, and that happens. People sometimes submit an application, they don't even have the right materials on it. I think a department needs to be allowed to look at the materials and evaluate that this is a real project before we start counting the days, especially when it's a holiday and a weekend. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, I'm not sure I don't believe. Oh, she does. Okay, thank you very much. So just on that, and by the way, I have an amazing relationship with staff. I love staff, and I'm so sorry. This is super awkward, and I actually feel bad that we're here today. So I should have said that at the beginning, and I apologize. I was just worried about my 10 minutes. On this issue of materials, if the material, once it's seen on day 2 or 1 or 3, staff can say, this is not a submittal. You don't have your fee, it's incorrect, you didn't give me the right application. So of course, the counting wouldn't even have started. This is a resubmittal during an application process where there wasn't a fee. It's a pretty narrow situation, and the staff has 30 days to respond, and they count other weekends and holidays. So with respect, again, the city of Santa Barbara does it this way. You even do it this way if it's not the first day, right? So I'm saying that's not the law, and we should be deemed complete as a matter of law. So thank you. Sure. Was that the only comment by staff or Director Sneddon?
Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board. I just wanted to real quick take a little exception with the insinuation about staff's motivations for this, particularly as it relates to Public Works involvement in this. These are really big projects, and we work for the community, and we're the ones who are going to be left with the traffic infrastructure when this project developer is gone and we have 750 new homes of people living there. And we have very quick deadlines and timelines on these projects, and there's a lot of information that we need to review. And we have a very complicated transportation network in that area. And so getting it right from the beginning is the way to build these projects. Pushing them along to the next stage and then trying to push them along through that next stage after that is a really messy and inefficient way to do these projects. And that's why we ask for this information up front. And the list was given up front of what we needed. I don't believe we were contacted to get follow-up information about clarifying or getting us the information we needed. So I just want to be clear about the record of what our part of this process. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add something too, and I appreciate Director Sneddon coming up and making those remarks. These are complicated projects, and Builder's Remedy is new to the county, and hopefully it's the last time we'll see it. But my staff works very hard to get it right because of the vesting issues, and they look at the applications as closely as possible. Sometimes things are missed. We do our very, very best to make sure that the applications are complete when they're deemed complete. And so I just want to make that clear that this is new and complex and requires a lot of attention to detail, and we do the best that we possibly can to make sure that we're following the law.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes.
You have your light on.
Yeah, thank you. Are we into deliberations now?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I take issue that this is personal. I know some, in politics, things get a little messy, and things get said, and people have opinions on how things are rolling out and how they get there, and people see things that might exist or might not exist, and but at the end of the day, my role as a supervisor and as a representative of this area is to make sure that I am doing everything in my power to make sure that we have the best project forward for our community, for the county, for my constituents. And so that's my motivation here. I want to see a project built on this property. I met with Mr. Stolte. I think I may be one of the first people when he was looking to purchase the property. And I was offering ideas for what my community might need, solutions for problems that we have here. I think I was one of the most active supervisors in trying to find housing sites in the housing element throughout my district, trying to really solve this problem. I'm not anti-housing. I'm just trying to build the best community possible. Orchid is a special place. This is the One Builders Remedy project in Orchid. It's our largest unincorporated area. It's one of our areas that's most challenged and underinvested. It's something that I care about greatly, and I'm pretty hands-on on it. And that's I'm not going to apologize for that. I really want to see something built here. And so, I just want to make sure that gets out there. Even as recently within the last month, I've tried to reach out to the developer through other means to try to promote something happening here. And I don't know if it didn't get to the applicant or not, but it's something I like to see happen. So I'm going to actually surprise some people, and I'm actually going to uphold the appeal. If this is a tool that the developer can use to eventually get a project here, so be it. There's something that our community needs is housing. Even if it's going to be some minimal commercial, I'm not sure where that water comes from. City of Santa Maria won't provide it for that. Still, I'm scratching my head on that. I hope that the City of Santa Maria is changing their perspective on that. That's really an option that I hope that insular attitude that they've had in the past goes away. I'll be making a motion. Actually, I'll make a motion, just if you guys don't mind me just jumping right to that, to the alternative actions and the staff's presentation to hold the appeal and determine the application complete, and to determine the recommendation action is an administrative activity of the county and it will not result in a direct or indirect physical change in the environment, and it's not a project under CEQA. So again, something I want to see happen for our community. We need housing. All along I said this is actually, it would be a great spot for housing. It's right along the 135 on this way out to Vandenberg. It was, again, it would have been my top pick in the housing element if we could actually work some of those things out early on in the process. But unfortunately, we weren't able to get there. And that's why I didn't end up there. That's why I hoped we could have got there in a development agreement. Still interested in that in the future if the annexation doesn't work out or if they want to pursue this project. My office is often trying to make processes faster. As we talk about long-range planning a little bit later today, that's what I'm going to be talking about. It's not necessarily getting to yes that's a problem sometimes in our county. It's getting through all the other processes once yes is determined. And so I've been a champion of that in the past. I will be in the future. Those people who think that I'm trying to play some other game or I don't want to see that developed, that's just frankly incorrect. I'm just trying to make sure that I have the best project possible for my constituencies. So that's my motion.
Okay, interesting. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, many things. Question about your motion. Would you be willing to direct staff to follow the HCD letter as requested by the applicant, the appellant?
Not this time. I think that has been fully vetted by our county council or staff at this point. I don't know. There's a firm determination. I'd like to know more about that in the future, and it does seem like to be something that can be determined at a later date. Again, I'm verbally saying that I'd like to see something be done here, and so I'm not trying to use that as a other deal. So I think it'd be premature.
Well, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Great. Supervisor Lavignon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just talk for a second on some of the things that were said, and I appreciate that Supervisor Nelson's moving forward on this. I'm prepared to also support it. But this project's not done, and we're going to see it in other iterations, and it continues to come forward. So my suggestion is, first off, does he take it personal? Is this personal? We all take all these things personal, because when I'm out in the community, guess who is going to be responsible for 750 homes in Orchid? Bob. And when he goes to the grocery store, he's going to hear about it. When he goes to get his car washed, whether it's there or somewhere else, he's going to hear about it. Of course you have to take it personal. Would you want someone to not take it personal up here? No. I take all these items personally. So, but I don't know, I can't even think of a situation where like what was insinuated, where somebody would be calling a staff member and asking them to sabotaging or slow rolling a project. First off, I'd be getting a call from our CEO within about 30 seconds, I believe, that the staff member would be calling her. And I'm glad both departments came back on that and challenged that. The reality is, this is the most problematic, challenging piece of property probably in North County. Walmart walked away from it because they decided it wasn't worth the headache, and they didn't really see a path forward. So I think now to say that, well, this project's being singled out and we think it's personal, it's not just a slam dunk development. This is going to be very problematic, no matter what way you take it, whether it goes through LAFCO, through annexation, or a water deal somehow is worked out. It's not going to be a smooth sailor, I can tell you that, and I think that's been backed up already. But I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Nelson is moving forward with this. I think that's the right decision, and we will see where this all ends up. So I'll support the motion.
Okay. Are you? Oh. Okay. I think that.
Just a quick
Supervisor?
comment.
Sure.
I say, Supervisor Nelson, I agree with you, and I'm new to this, right, again. But I've seen both sides. I've seen behind the scenes. I have never seen anything questionable, and great staff has been amazing on this, so thank you for what you do. And Beth, remind me to never debate you, so. But I agree with Supervisor Nelson. We support housing, we want housing, but builder's remedy is not always the answer. It's not the answer. I wish that all developers will work with us and not against us, so, but I'm going to support Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, and I'm happy to support it too. I was able to clarify yesterday that the affordable percentage is still 20%, and that's good. And I appreciate Supervisor Nelson's position on this and all of the due diligence that he's clearly done for many, I guess probably years. So I'm happy to support as well. It sounds like we have consensus, and I will call, I guess just, we don't need a voice vote. We can just, Council.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, one suggestion to clarify to the motion is that the application is deemed complete as of today, which is consistent with how appeals work by our code. And the reason that's important is that starts a 60-day period for staff to respond to consistency. And then just to address one other item that came up, the Planning Commission and the board hearings do not count towards that 5-hearing limit. The code section is clear, that's hearings after an application is deemed complete. So we have 5 remaining.
Just for clarification, so if today starts the clock, is today day 0 or day 1? I think it's important because I just don't, we got nitpicky this time. Let's get it out there. What is today?
Chair and Supervisors, using the rules of court and the government code, the first day is excluded and tomorrow would begin day 1.
Okay, tomorrow will be day 1. Okay, excellent. So yeah, complete as of today is my motion. So staff and everybody knows that tomorrow is day 1. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion and the second carry. Thank you. Okay, we're right at noon, but unless any objections from my colleagues, we'll plow through with the next one before closed session.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a workforce housing study.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, members of the board. Jesus Armas with the Community Services Department. Just a couple of introductory remarks, and then we'll invite the staff to offer its PowerPoint presentation. It's an important day today. I think the housing crisis that's been facing not only the state, but of course our own county and our own neighborhoods has been a challenge. And one way we can proceed to address it, it's a small step, it's not the complete solution, but one step we can take is to utilize county assets, county facilities as a means of tackling a very significant issue. The board, some time ago, embarked on an evaluation of our assets to look at opportunities for those assets to be repurposed, and you're to be commended for that leadership. Today, we're going to share with you the opportunities that we think are afforded to the county to make some progress on housing for the workforce of this county. In addition to some policy objectives that are identified in the report, we also have some very concrete and specific actions that we would ask you to consider at the conclusion of the report. So that, let me invite Joe Desvanek, our Deputy Director, to introduce the topic. He also will be joined by Lucille Boss, our Housing Program Manager, and Andrew Keish, our Senior Housing Specialist. Joe?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, members of the board. I am Joe Desvanek, Assistant Director for the Housing and Community Development Division in our Community Services Department. As our director said, with me today are Lucille Boss, the Housing Programs Manager in HCD, and with her is Andrew Kish, to my right, Housing Programs Specialist Senior. I'm going to go through the recommended actions a little thoroughly up front. So staff's recommended action for the board on this matter are as follows: to receive a presentation on the workforce housing study, which identifies implementation actions to increase the availability of affordable workforce housing in Santa Barbara County. Also, to direct staff to prepare a request for proposals for a lower to moderate income workforce affordable housing development at the current site of the probation building, which is located at 123 East Carrillo Street in Santa Barbara, and return to the board for authorization to issue that RFP. Also, to provide direction to staff on whether the focus on development of housing or installation of solar panels in the downtown campus parking lot. If housing is selected, direct staff to examine the feasibility of using the current site of the engineering building, which is located at 123 East Anapamu Street in Santa Barbara. Also, the Human Resources Building, which is 1226 Anacapa Street in Santa Barbara, and the Administrative Building parking lot, the parking lot of 105 East Anapamu Street in Santa Barbara, using those for housing. And finally, determine that the proposed action does not constitute a project within the meaning of the California Environmental Quality Act, because this proposed action consists of an organizational or administrative action of government which will not result in direct or indirect physical changes to the environment. Next slide, please. The workforce housing study presented to you today consists of 4 components, where staff will describe why our community needs this workforce housing study now more than ever, who in our community participated in the robust outreach used to guide this study, and an overview of the themes that were gleaned from that outreach. We'll also discuss the 6 lines of analysis performed during the study and the outcomes of those analysis. And finally, we'll discuss how does the study recommend we move forward in our need to increase the availability of affordable housing for our workforce community. I will now turn it over to a Housing Programs Manager, Lucille Boss.
Thank you, Joe, and good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. As you know, with housing costs among the highest in the state, Santa Barbara County is experiencing widespread housing affordability challenges. More specifically, the lack of housing affordable to our workforce affects every aspect of our lives, from local businesses and schools struggling to hire and retain workers, to amplified childcare challenges, and long commutes between homes and workplaces, increasing freeway congestion and carbon emissions. The county's need for additional workforce housing is evident in the data points outlined in the study, including median income, median rent, median sales price, cost burden, and the regional housing needs allocation. The study represents the The study represents the culmination of extensive stakeholder engagement involving key community members, developers, local businesses, and housing experts, combined with analysis of the community's workforce housing needs. This study prioritized stakeholder outreach, which was conducted from April to August 2024. 70 organizations were invited to participate, 9 meetings were held, and 15 organizations participated, comprised of housing developers, housing and community advocates, housing authorities, chambers of commerce, and school districts. The County of Santa Barbara is committed to addressing the critical need for workforce housing through a comprehensive and strategic implementation plan. Harris & Associates delivered a study that informs and describes future land use, housing projects, and programs which may be used to guide the county's response to the insufficient supply of workforce housing. This study included the following tasks: assessment of the workforce housing affordability gap, analysis of existing county programs and analysis of model programs in other communities, the study of preservation and retention of the affordable housing stock through home ownership, rehabilitation, and inclusionary housing, a report on successful employer-sponsored housing in the county and elsewhere in California, an evaluation of county-owned sites for feasibility of conversion to housing or new housing construction, and finally, identification of funding opportunities and methods to build strong housing development financing. The affordability gap analysis assesses the disparity between current housing costs and the financial capacity of the local workforce, identifying key affordability challenges that hinder access to workforce housing. According to 2024 state income limits, the median income for a 2-person household is just over $95,000 and a 4-person household just over $119,000. In analyzing the rental affordability gap, the county is divided into 5 housing market areas: Santa Maria, Lompoc, San Ynez, South Coast, and Cuyama. And rents vary significantly across the different housing market areas, or HMAs, within the county and are highest in the South Coast HMA. Per the 6th cycle housing element, approximately half of the residents live in the unincorporated South Coast HMA, indicating a large housing need in that area. Households earning less than 120% of the 2024 area median income struggle to afford the county's market rate apartment rents. Based on findings, the workforce income levels were redefined for rental housing to encompass households earning 30 to 120% of area median income. In analyzing the ownership affordability gap, the annual income required to afford the county's median priced home is roughly 265% of the 2024 area median income for a 2-person household, and home prices again are the highest in the South Coast housing market area. Between May 2019 and May 2024, median home prices increased by 61%, compared to just a 50% increase in the county's median income during that same period. And I'll note that does not mean everyone got a 50% raise over the past 5 years. Given the affordability gap, findings suggest the existing definition of workforce income is applicable to ownership housing at 121 to 200% of the area median income. However, we'll acknowledge that affordable housing developers like Habitat for Humanity, People Self-Help Housing, do produce ownership housing for a lower area median income. Next, I'll turn to Andrew Kish for analysis of existing and model programs.
Thank you, Lucille. Next, Harris analyzed the efficacy of existing county programs and identified model programs in similar communities. This analysis also included assessing access to HCD's website visitors, both developers and residents. Recommendations from the consultant included the following: to revise web pages to clarify and highlight existing housing programs and impact of past housing programs, to review model programs in similar communities, to implement policies and incentivize workforce housing development and mitigate existing challenges, and to analyze employer-sponsored housing models for replication. Harris analyzed 16 successful workforce housing case study projects and identified several successful program models, including Cottage Health System's Mortgage Assistance Program. I'll return it back to Lucille.
Thank you. The Funding Opportunities and Financing Resources analysis provides an in-depth look at available funding sources and financing mechanisms that can be leveraged by the county to support the development of new workforce housing projects. Some of the roadblocks developers face to build cost-effective workforce housing are listed in the orange blocks on this slide. The county leverages local, regional, state, and federal financial resources to support local goals and programs. Additional financial resources not currently utilized by the county to increase funding for the development or preservation of affordable housing include private equity and bond measures. Analysis of current public and private funding opportunities and financing strategies for workforce housing development offered the recommendations for the county noted on the slide. First, pursue opportunities and strategies in which the county is an eligible applicant. Recommendations for different funding methods include private equity, grant funding, joint powers authority, and certificates of participation. Second, engage the developer community to pursue opportunities for which the county is not an eligible applicant, as many funding opportunities and financing strategies are only available to developers. This includes California Housing Finance Agency, National Equity Fund Workforce Housing Fund, 4% low-income housing tax credit, and non-low-income housing tax credit forward commitments. The County Housing Opportunity Sites analysis examines leveraging county assets, identifying the underutilized or strategically located properties that could be developed or redeveloped to expand the county's workforce housing stock. This step included a feasibility analysis of 21 sites or properties, analyzing the potential for housing development on each site to serve the workforce population ranging from 30 to 200% of area median income. The filtration process used Geographic Information System, or GIS data, focusing on several factors, including flood and fire hazard, environmental sensitivity, proximity to resources and amenities, and coastal zone status. The 21 sites analyzed were categorized by redevelopment potential based on research and consulting with developers. Categories range from Tier 1, high potential to redevelop in the near future, to Tier 5, low redevelopment potential with significant constraints. The study details analysis of each site, but today staff is recommending prioritizing action on 2 sites. Of the acres of underutilized government-owned land throughout the county that would be prime for affordable workforce housing, recommended actions before you today focus on 2 of the sites analyzed, which, pending board direction, require additional due diligence. At 123 East Carrillo Street, the recommendation is to direct staff to prepare a request for proposals, or an RFP, for a lower to moderate income workforce affordable housing development at the current site of the probation building, and return to the board for authorization to issue the RFP in the first quarter of the new fiscal year. And I'll note this site may yield 60 units. At the current site of the county Admin, Engineering, and Human Resources in downtown Santa Barbara, the recommendation is to provide direction to staff of whether to focus on development of housing or installation of solar panels in the downtown campus parking lot. If housing is selected, direct staff to examine the feasibility of utilizing the current site of the Engineering Building, Human Resources Building, and the administrative parking lot for housing. I'll note this site may yield in the range of 100 units. The thorough examination just reviewed informed the development of specific recommended implementation actions designed to enhance workforce housing initiatives and address unique challenges and opportunities within our county. By leveraging these insights and fostering continued stakeholder collaboration, the county will create sustainable housing solutions that support the economic vitality and well-being of the community. Within the study, Harris recommends a core group of implementation measures, and staff further groups these recommendations into 2 broad categories. The first group includes measures staff recommends pursuing without delay, and the second group includes measures staff recommends be deferred until available resources are identified and secured to pursue them. Group 1 includes pursuing pro-housing designation, updating the inclusionary housing ordinance, and revising the short-term rental ordinance, which I'll review in detail in the next few slides. The study acknowledges the need for ongoing sources of revenue and notes several methods to be employed over time. However, the study prioritizes the pro-housing designation program established by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, which encourages local governments to implement housing-focused policies and offers incentives such as prioritized access to state funding and technical assistance. Grant funding, in conjunction with other resources, can help the county bridge the financial gap between costs of affordable housing development and the availability of state and federal funding. Communities holding such designation are awarded special incentive funding by the state, and pro-housing designated jurisdictions are automatically awarded extra points in competitive funding programs. And these extra points are especially advantageous in these opportunities. Finally, there are other funding opportunities made available only to communities who hold such designations. Staff will present a full report on this issue to the board on May 13th and will seek board authorization to submit an application to the state for the county to receive pro-housing designation. A proposed draft application will be posted for public review and comment following today's meeting, and it's important to note that the draft application does not propose actions beyond what was approved in the housing element update. Specifically, it does not recommend further rezones. I'll turn it now to Andrew for inclusionary housing updates.
Thank you, Lucille. The housing element update recommended several actions to update the inclusionary housing ordinance, some of which were adopted by the board on March 18th, including adding the inclusionary housing requirements for 100% rental projects. The study recommends further ordinance updates to make the IHO more aligned with current market and economic conditions, with a particular focus on increasing the production of workforce and affordable housing. A key next step is to perform an initial financial feasibility analysis to include current market factors for each housing market area. Back to Lucille.
Currently, short-term rentals are unregulated in the coastal areas and permitted only in commercial and special purpose zones in the inland areas of the county. The county's sixth cycle housing element includes Program 19, short-term rentals, which outlines a plan to amend zoning ordinances to introduce a short-term rental program for the coastal zone. This program aims to balance affordable recreational lodging with the preservation of local workforce housing. The study recommends expanding upon the efforts of Program 19 through specified action. As noted previously, the second group of recommendations from the study includes measures staff recommends be deferred until available resources are identified and secured to pursue them. This includes pursuing partnerships with private equity firms. Following the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, affordable housing has become a focus for the private investment community. Specifically, private investors, funds, and lenders have become interested in funding affordable housing projects and acquiring or upgrading aging market rental properties. This presents our community with an opportunity to increase the supply of affordable housing in an environment with scarce public subsidies. And the study details steps to pursue private equity in the development of affordable workforce housing projects. Second is to consider establishing a community land trust, or CLT. A CLT is a nonprofit organization that acquires and manages land to ensure long-term housing affordability, and establishing a CLT can be a strategic solution to address the lack of workforce housing currently available in the county. The study details further specific benefits and steps to establishing a CLT. And finally, revising and expediting implementation of the sixth cycle housing element programs. Annually, staff prepares and presents to the Planning Commission and the board a report on progress in implementing the various programs outlined in the housing element. This report describes the county's progress in meeting its regional housing needs allocation. To the extent the board is interested in expediting implementation of some programs more quickly than the schedule identified in the housing element, staff suggests the annual progress report or the long-range work program would be the appropriate time to determine which programs, if any, should be considered for expedited action and provide direction to staff accordingly. I'll turn it back now to Joe.
So Chair Capps, members of the board, here again we present our recommended actions for your consideration. We certainly appreciate your time today and look forward to your comments and direction.
Okay, thank you for that thorough report. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lee.
For the county admin building, can you do solar and housing on the same site, or does it have to be either one?
Ultimately, you can do both, but it's a question of sequencing. If the board decides, for example, to proceed with the solar proposal that was presented to you a few weeks ago, that would consume the majority of the parking lot and would be a 20-year commitment given the investment made. If housing is selected, we could incorporate some solar feature in the housing itself so that we're benefiting both from the housing and the objectives outlined in the CAP in the Climate Action Plan, for example.
Good. A follow-up question is the probation building. Could we start an RFP like you recommended and then coincide when they do move out? For example, on Friday, by Monday we can start construction. Is that something that's possible?
Well, we might be able, in that example, to start construction on Sunday. I'm joking.
Saturday.
Day one.
That's-
Day one. Day zero. It's day zero.
That is our objective, to make sure that we can align the timing for the completion of the new building, the relocation of the staff, and figure out how best to be in the strongest position to commence activity right away.
Good. It's great to hear that you're thinking about that already. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, a great report, and I think good reports take good consultants, but it also takes good people overseeing and trying to figure out where we want to get, what our goals are for the county. So I really think that's a job well done. One question is about the Community Land Trust. It's a nonprofit. And we do have some nonprofits already existing in our community that may be able to serve that function. We also have the Santa Barbara Foundation that's working very much in the housing arena. So I wonder if the county government doesn't have to do it all, and maybe we could be figuring out how to make that work outside of everything that the board does. The funding issue is really a difficult one. And I don't know that anybody's really figured it out, but the League of Women Voters, as well as I think Strong Towns, both had really good letters, but they're asking us to consider the mansion tax and the vacancy tax. If you think about Santa Barbara County, particularly the valley where I live, San Ynez Valley, as well as South Santa Barbara County, there are a lot of homes sitting vacant. They're second and third homes. And I wouldn't be against at least studying what a mansion tax would be, because it really hollows out neighborhoods. It means that we don't have kids at school. Usually these are, retired people or people who don't have families who are living in one place. So I'm open to that idea anyway. And another point that was made is we really need to think about 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom homes too for larger families. I think, and I don't know how to incorporate that in, but that is one of the public comments that resonates with me.
Okay, Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious about the downtown admin building. I mean, we're kind of looking at, do we do housing or do we do solar? Have we looked at, can we just get out of there? I mean, I think that's something we also need to weigh, that we're sitting on probably the most expensive piece of real estate, and it's tough to recruit and have people come work anywhere near there anyway. So I think that's something we need to look at. I mean, I don't know what it would be turned into, but any proceeds from any sale or anything could be put into whatever project we're talking about doing. But I've always just felt like that's probably not the best use on that corner.
Interesting. Yeah, Supervisor Hartman.
I think this came up in light of the Calle Real master plan, and the idea is that we would move eventually. And I'm so glad you raised that issue, because that's the third thing. It's not just solar and housing. It's what would be the long-term plans, and what would these shorter-term plans, how would that affect it?
If I may, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that's one of the benefits of being able to take a step back and do the due diligence that the staff report suggests, so that we can examine the ramifications of the option that Supervisor Lavanino just mentioned. Because obviously, were staff to be relocated, we'd have to figure out how do we find the appropriate space and how do we pay for the appropriate space. And of course, even if we were to vacate the administrative building, that doesn't preclude the county from putting it on the market and have a private entity be responsible for it and continue to have employees downtown that can support the various activities that take place downtown. So the notion of ultimately having a mixed-use campus with housing and office is one that could be productive long-term as well.
Interesting. So if you have another question,
Yeah, I do. I know a school district in Orchid, I think, had land and was selling it, was partnering with a developer to build senior housing that would generate revenue for the school over time. Do counties ever do that?
Yes, yes. And we think there are some unique opportunities here, particularly through the RFP process, to potentially look at how we might work with the school district, how we might leverage our respective engagement in that effort. And there are some state laws that really tilt in favor of school districts that open up some options for public agencies to sort of piggyback on that, if you will.
So in other words, we could generate revenue for county programs through, possibly, it's something we could examine.
Either for county programs or to underwrite the cost of the development so that there's no cash contribution required of the county, but we're leveraging the physical asset to realize the housing.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Just, issue spotting a little bit here. Parking is an ongoing concern down in the downtown area. So as we look at this, I'm hearing from a lot of county employees who live down there or work down there and having to constantly having to move their cars, that they, many of them live up in the North County. And that's, again, one of the issues with some of this, even employee housing, is that we have a workforce that may be in work in Santa Maria one day, Santa Barbara the next. And so there's a lot of just, I get the housing at school districts. I get it at the hospital. I really am kind of concerned about it at a county structure because we are just so diverse. I mean, we have employees that jump from department to department. Their assignment from one area of the county to another. And, to me, I just don't see how that all fits, when moving forward, especially if their assignment takes them somewhere else. And now they have the job housing imbalance, but it's in the wrong direction now. And so those are some of my concerns, how we address that. I know we are moving forward with a parking survey. I think that General Services is doing with our employees to try to kind of figure out what's going on down there. I think that was one of the issues. It's actually the reason why I didn't vote for the new probation building, because I was really just concerned about our employees and how are they going to how's that all going to work for them. So it's something I think that we just definitely need to keep in mind. I've always been in favor of trying to not have the most expensive real estate in maybe the world, or some of the most expensive in our early staff or in our county be government functions. Makes a lot more sense that could be used for something else in the future, and that we could find other properties that that we could do county business on. And I think county business is changing, right? I mean, with technology, we're seeing a lot more hoteling, we're seeing a lot more work from home. We're seeing, AI, what that's going to look like in the future. I think there's, I think we are still at some of the early stages of what the future might look like for our workforce and for our housing issues here in this county. And so I'm just throwing those out as potential issues as we move forward. As far as the Santa Maria location, the Betteravia government, obviously we've got a pretty important project that's there right now. That I think we have at least another 4-year commitment that we've made on that. I'd also just be thinking about, we don't have a lot of county assets that are up here like we do down in Santa Barbara. So there's a little bit of difference there on the scarcity side. And so, and also we have a lot of actual housing. The city of Santa Maria has done a really good job at finding some high density housing in proximity to here. So I think we just need to make sure we're looking at those things, not in a vacuum and just, hey, this is a county property and we just want more housing. There's a bigger story to be told that we need to ferret out.
Okay, well, I have a couple questions, and thank you for that presentation, and thanks to where the direction that this conversation is going. I'm extremely excited. I think that this is a wonderful direction in so many regards. And I just want to be clear, I don't believe that it's just the county that should be putting skin in the game, so to speak, but all government land that's underutilized. It drives me crazy to drive by, as you might see, these, big DMV lots that could be used for safe parking, as we've discussed up here as a board, could be used for affordable housing, federal land, underutilized government land. So I want to work on that as well. I don't know exactly the path, because this is something that we actually have jurisdiction over, but I believe it should be all government land that's explored for low-income housing. And to kind of step way back and ask a somewhat leading question to Director Armas, would you say that affordable housing is our biggest crisis? You oversee homelessness. You've done these kind of projects elsewhere in other parts of California. To me, I see it as the connector to almost every challenge that we deal with up here as a board, but you're closer to it.
You're asking a very straightforward question that has a lot of complexities to it, but I would concur with your premise that we do need to really focus on housing and do the best we can to address it in a very meaningful way, because it does radiate into many other aspects of our community. And if we can have some success there, it helps the local economy, it helps the workforce in the economy. As an employer, it helps us to the extent that we can participate in the development of housing. So yes, I would concur with your observation.
Thank you. And to lead on what Supervisor Hartman her line of questions about other entities, other organizations like schools, we're not the first to sort of be saying, hey, maybe we should turn some of our underutilized land into housing. Can you talk about more? You and I have been part of conversations with Cottage Hospital. I know that there's been interaction with Santa Barbara Unified that's a bit ahead of us on this path. So can you elaborate more about that stakeholder outreach and what you have gleaned?
Yes, Cottage Hospital is to be commended. It has showcased some remarkable achievements in terms of ownership opportunities for its employees, and because of that, it's been able to both attract and retain its workforce. There's some learnings from there that the consultant and our staff team really benefited from. So we're going to look at some of those opportunities down the line. School districts across the state have been probably ahead of cities and counties on tackling the housing workforce challenge in their individual districts. We have examples in the Bay Area, the city of Daly City School District, Jefferson School District, put a former vacant elementary school site on the market and was very successful in developing housing for its workforce. In our own community, as you heard through the rezoning process, the school district has had numerous conversations with various developers as a way of having the affordable housing component be directed to its district. And we've been contacted by the school district as well about looking at opportunities for the county and the school district to pursue a joint effort at addressing that issue. Excuse me. And then more recently, there was some property up near the San Quentin prison of all locations, where the school district there and a private entity have actually negotiated an agreement to provide for affordable housing there. So there are examples after examples that we can learn from.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add on that, one thing that Cottage Hospital told us is just the retention value by providing housing. For every nurse that they hire in the hospital, it costs about $80,000 because that nurse has to be shadowed by somebody else for about 9 months, which is almost a full year salary. So just if you think about the exponential factor of retention, if people are happy in their homes and their rents, as we heard earlier today, aren't going up due to market rates exponentially. So it's really interesting. And I wanted to ask about, Supervisor Nelson brought up sort of preferential housing. I just want to make clear that we're not just citing models today. That is quite complicated. I certainly am a proponent of the fact, addressing the fact that a third of our county employees don't live in the county that they serve. That's a problem for me. It's a problem for me that so many of our public employees can't afford, if it's City of Santa Barbara, if it's our police department, if our fire department, can't afford to actually live in the place that they're literally putting their lives on the line for. So I see it as a priority, but I also want to make clear that this report and potential votes today don't bind us to any one model, that we're only going to be providing housing for a certain sector. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And to bring back to your, faculty, universities have been doing this for a long time, and I know that Cottage, that's where they started first, is to look at models of what campuses are doing. So this is not, it sounds very novel for us, but again, I think it's important, as this report makes clear, that it's not necessarily. So just last question on the barriers that were included in that slide, barriers to affordable housing. To me, it seems as though two major barriers, in fact, probably the most major barrier, is taken away by us leading by example and using our own properties, and that's the cost of land. Can you speak to any other barriers that would be potentially eliminated by us putting our sites into the mix for affordable housing, permitting, for example?
Well, I think by the county actively looking at how to repurpose its assets, it could potentially both utilize some of the assets for housing, but also determine whether some of those might better be put on the open market to yield revenue to support the other efforts that we have. There's some incredible views from some of the sites that have been mentioned in this study that could be repurposed in a way that really leverages the challenge of finding resources. We also have suggested here that we continue to work closely with planning and development to look at the various programs that are outlined in the housing element to make sure that together we're making progress on all of those elements. And as the director will address, I'm sure, in the next item, taking advantage of the annual report on the housing element and the annual review of the work program affords the board an opportunity to determine which of those maybe should be elevated, put in a higher ranking as appropriate.
Yeah, and I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's point about that whole area. It's probably at the very tippy top of most valuable land in Santa Barbara. Last question I had is more specific about the administration of the downtown site, and we could potentially keep the parking. We get to the design phase if this moves forward with a tabletop type situation where there's still one level of parking,
Yes.
and then housing on top.
It's not unusual to pursue what's called podium development, where there's essentially surface parking, and it appears to be a garage, but the garage actually is the foundation for the housing.
Sure.
And so there's a way of addressing both employment potential needs as well as the housing needs, and it's not unusual for public agents to have a shared parking program, which is really what that represents.
Great. Well, those are the questions for now. Maybe we'll move to public comment and return back to the board. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak from the public on this item. We're going to begin here in Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Ken Westall. Andy?
Chair Capps, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I think you missed some really, really important things from the consultant's report, which was excellent. We believe you're looking through the wrong end of the telescope. In that report, and I don't know to whether or not it was a change of definition or not, you had a 40% drop in income level in terms of housing affordability. And that is something you need to be talking about. Why is that? And so this is actually an issue that started CoLab. The problem here is you have too many poor people in the county that can't afford to live here, but it's not necessarily the price of housing, and it certainly can't be solved by the county converting their own land. It's an issue of creating better paying jobs or allowing for the creation. Look at this slide. There's no mining. There's no manufacturing or industry on that chart. It didn't even make the chart anymore. That's your problem. Santa Maria and Lompoc are considered the most affordable places on the Central Coast. It's not in South Coast, yeah, you got a problem, you're never going to solve that problem. But this issue is we don't have enough good paying jobs. This morning you watched a video. Union Sugar was on that video. I worked in that industry 11 years. We were put out of business by regulatory fiat. Remember when the Vintners lady came up here and said if we were able to do in Santa Barbara County what SLO can do, we'd bring $1 billion in extra revenue. What did you do? Nothing. The largest wine production facility in the county closed because the APCD would not allow them to grow. And when your margins get smaller, you have to grow in volume. You know, the bottom line here is developers have not been successful running the gauntlet. So your fallback position is we're going to become the developers. You've got to simplify your process. Every couple of years, I take the low-hanging fruit of county transportation fees, right? Now, I'll admit working at a 7-Eleven is not a high-paying job, okay? The fact is, your traffic impact fee for Nolita for a 7-Eleven is $1 million. You have a barrier, an insurmountable barrier to people to build, to create jobs, create housing, and create development. That's what you got to be working on. And I'll just take one last shot at REACH, okay? REACH wants to develop high-tech jobs. You have a permanent urban underclass, primarily farm workers and the like. They're not going to get jobs at Vandenberg, but they got jobs at Union Sugar. I used to give them jobs. They got jobs at Aero Automotive. They got jobs at Sunoco. They got jobs at Santa Maria Chili.
Thank you,
They got
Andy. That
jobs
is your
all
time.
over the place. They were upwardly mobile because we had manufacturing and industry. Your job is to get those jobs back on that slide of job sectors in the county. Thank you.
We will now go to Ken Westall, then we will go to Zoom with Kenny Smith. Ken?
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Appreciate having the time. I echo much of what Andy says. I think we're having a national debate right now whether we're going to be a consumer society or a producer society, and I think we're going to have to start getting at least somewhat more back to the producer side. We have a $36 trillion debt in this country headed to 40. That's $107,000 per citizen. It's not sustainable. And to be real honest, there's blame on both sides of the aisle. You know, I can blame Republicans as much as Democrats over the last 40 to 50 years as to how we got where we're at today. There's bipartisan blame, and that's another discussion. But I want to, I guess it moves. I want to talk about two things in affordable housing I think you need to look at. One of them is SB 9, which I have a problem with part of it. I'm all for ADU units. I think you can look at ADU units on houses and should. I have a big problem, though, with SB 9 on the subdivision part, allowing every lot to be subdivided. I mean, if you think about that, somebody could take a 5,000 square foot lot, subdivide it into two lots, two houses and two ADUs. You'd basically, yeah, thank you, Supervisor Nelson. You'd have 4 units on a 4,000 square foot lot. I don't think that works. I do like ADUs when there's a big lot. There's no reason not to put a second unit behind it, and we should look at it, but the subdivision component needs to go from that. And the way cities are getting around it, these super high-end cities, they're becoming charter cities, and they're dodging. It appears from the court decisions I've read, they'll be able to dodge SB 9, and they'll be able to dodge the affordable, high-density affordable housing element for low-income people. And I think we should try to help low-income people, but I think we have to be very careful how we do it, because you could end up with huge, I don't think it's good to have huge developments of low-income people. I think you want to try to feather them into the community. I think ADUs are okay. I don't support SB 9 in its state as it's sitting today. And I think, again, wealthy cities are simply going to become charter cities and dodge the bullet. Thank you for your time, all of you.
We will now go to Zoom with Kenny Smith to be followed by Linda Honigman. Kenny?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so I just wanted to say a few words in support of most of the things that I've heard in the housing study that you've talked about. My family moved to Santa Barbara about a decade ago. We've been here for about 10 years, and we've built a history here. But housing's been difficult. It's been a real challenge for us, right? And I've started thinking a lot over the last year or so about what's going to happen to my kids and my grandkids down the road. Are they going to be able to build, to live in this town and be able to afford things? And so I'm really gratified that you guys are moving forward with more housing initiatives, right? With this workforce housing stuff, there are a few things I just wanted to say. One thing I noted, I wrote a letter to letter in, and one thing I noted is that I noticed there's often a focus on smaller apartments, so 1 or 2 bedroom places and things like that. And I do think you need to think about families too. So 3-bedroom apartments, townhomes, things that families can live in, I think are extremely important. And so I think that's something to take into consideration. I've heard some debate about the solar panel issue. And I think solar panels are really important. I get it, right? But I think the housing crisis here needs to be our priority. And so I really hope that when you're thinking about the development options, that you prioritize housing as an option, right? So those are the main things I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure you heard a voice from a middle-aged family guy among the other comments that you hear.
We will now go to Linda Honigman to be followed by Amanda Cobb. Linda?
Hello, supervisors. I'm Linda Honigman, a District 2 resident. In recent years, I was hoping we would get improved affordability and livability countywide as a result of the state push for high-density development. It was a difficult process, and I have a lot of sympathy for my existing neighbors at Hollister and Turnpike. But this year, I've turned my attention to our future neighbors, who I hope will include many current residents and workers who need hope of finding housing security to stay here. The county planners worked hard to identify housing projects that could get built, and when we add the builder's remedy with complete applications, we may get 4,000 more market rate units than we need just in the unincorporated South County. So I agree that we should focus on housing for the 30 to 120% very low to moderate income households. I was happy to see that organizations writing comments for this item generally agree with staff recommendations, so I will focus on what we may want to add. The Strong Towns report points out that we need a better variety of housing units to accommodate residents who need something other than 1 or 2 bedroom market rate rentals, such as for families who need 3 to 4 bedrooms, local seniors who need single level for purchase options, which could free up their existing homes, unhoused residents who need permanent low-cost solutions when moving from encampments and illegally parked vehicles, low to moderate income workers who do not typically get government subsidies. To fill those holes, which are likely to be true for all of the South Coast, we need to work together, beginning with better regional planning across all jurisdictions. Going forward, I hope we can involve the future neighbors themselves in planning neighborhoods with the housing types they need. The Harris consultants prepared a comprehensive report, but their stakeholder outreach fell short since no organization of renters or Spanish speakers were represented, and no architects. One way to give our renters hope is to set up community land trusts, as recommended by Harris and the Santa Barbara Foundation's housing report. The Strong Towns report also describes ways that county land, such as the Calle Real campus, could offer sites for livable model communities with unit types we are missing and good bike and pedestrian paths and transit, etc. We could also consider special housing innovation zones where cost-effective materials, modular components, and manufactured units could be tested and evaluated while also producing homes. There are several groups working on housing innovation projects like the Habitat Forum from a few weeks ago, so I look forward to hearing more as we all work together on solutions.
We will now go to Amanda Cobb to be followed by Nancy Avosi. Amanda?
Hi, everybody. My name is Amanda, and I am commenting on behalf of Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here and comment on the county's workforce housing study and are also very grateful to have been included in the stakeholder outreach process as it was developed. The study contains data that highlights the critical need for affordable housing in our community. 71% of workers in the county fall below 80% of the AMI or are considered low income. These are the families that Habitat serves with our programs, those who are essential to our local economy and community, but are increasingly priced out of home ownership altogether. This widening affordability gap cannot be bridged unless local policies intentionally and consistently support the development of ownership housing that is deed restricted and affordable to low-income families. We were really excited to hear many of the proposed solutions, including the interest in using county-owned land for affordable housing. However, we urge the board to not weaken the inclusionary requirements for ownership housing at the low-income level. Removing this provision, as the current proposal suggests, would mean that there's no longer a county policy mechanism to create more ownership housing for the majority of our workforce. Despite the claims in the study that it's financially infeasible to require lower income units for ownership developments, our experience suggests otherwise. Habitat is exploring multiple partnerships with developers building affordable ownership units because of these very existing inclusionary housing requirements. These requirements create an incentive and a vital opportunity for public-private collaboration by encouraging developers to partner with nonprofits like Habitat to meet their affordable housing obligations on site. We strongly recommend retaining the low-income requirements in the inclusionary housing ordinance for ownership developments to continue fostering these critical partnerships. In addition, as federal and state funding for affordable housing becomes increasingly volatile, we strongly urge the board to pursue a permanent local source of funding for the development of affordable deed-restricted housing. Other state and federal programs such as CalHome and CDBG that were mentioned in the report are inconsistently are zero funded from year to year. And without a local source of funding, our ability to meet the needs of low-income homebuyers will continue to diminish. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Nancy Avosi to be followed by Diane Black, who is our final speaker. Nancy?
Hello, Chair Capps and board members. My name is Nancy Avos, and I'm here on behalf of myself as a current and hopefully long-lasting employee and resident of this county, and on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN, which welcomes the comprehensive workforce housing study. The Santa Barbara League of Women Voters letter to the board argues for policy priorities and recommendations which SBCAN fully endorses. These include strong endorsement of county staff recommendations of swift movement on enabling affordable housing development on particular county parcels. We share the sense of urgency to move forward to enable affordable housing development in light of our housing crisis. We urge establishment of a county housing trust fund and revenue streams to sustain such funds. Creating a local financial base for affordable housing is necessary in the absence of adequate state and federal programs that address the affordability crisis experienced by this workforce. We have been mobilizing community support for the use of county-owned land for housing and have a petition with 328 verified signatures across Santa Barbara County, urging the county to use underutilized county-owned land to build workforce, affordable, and deed-restricted housing. Establishment of a community land trust would provide a framework for such a program. We believe that leadership for such an effort could come from community foundation and organizational initiatives. County staff should not be overloaded with entrepreneurial efforts. The Harris report did not examine the role of UCSB in the provision of workforce housing. For around 15 years, UCSB has failed to implement long-range plans for the development of housing units to accommodate students and staff. We believe that the county must exert strong pressure on UCSB to fulfill its housing promises. We should be leading by example, but instead UCSB has lagged behind other UC campuses with respect to faculty and staff housing development. We would like to assure you that there is widespread public support and energy for determined county action to realize the promise reflected in this study. We hope your good offices can help mobilize that energy. Thank you so much for your time.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Diane Black. Diane?
Chair Capps and members of the board, my name is Diane Black, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. The League appreciates the effort of your staff to obtain our input during the development of this study, and we thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Overall, we find the study to be comprehensive and data-rich. The study acknowledges a broad workforce housing range from 30% to 200% of area median income, which we've been asking for all along. The study also confirms that many of the county's workers are low income. 71% earn lower income wages, and 50% of all workers are classified as very low income. Given that the county is positioned to far exceed the number of market rate units called for by the county's regional housing needs assessment, the League believes that the county should focus its efforts on providing housing for the large number of lower income workers. The League has 5 specific recommendations. The first is to prioritize the creation of a stable, locally controlled funding source. Despite the extensive discussion of funding in the report, this recommendation was not included. With nearly 3/4 of our workforce qualifying for subsidized housing, the county must take a leadership role in securing a reliable local funding source. 2, update the inclusionary housing ordinance based upon a nexus and feasibility analysis. The for sale and rental projects should all be required to address housing needs at all income levels, either directly by providing units or through in lieu fees. We don't support just the 5% upper moderate and 5% missing middle that's suggested in the report. 3, accelerate the timeline for developing a local preference policy. This is essential to ensure that the housing that's produced to address the community's needs actually meets those needs. We can't afford to build new housing units for people who don't work and live in our community. 4, and I'm very grateful, we're very grateful for this one. We are happy to see the county-owned sites have finally been analyzed, and we strongly recommend that you prioritize and move forward with all of the tier 1, 2, and 3 sites, and with site 10 during this housing element cycle. And I wish I had time to go over the specific sites, but I don't, so I'll leave that to my letter. And then the last point is use our public lands for the important public purpose of providing housing for the highest workforce housing needs concentrated in the lower income population. And thank you again for your time.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you to the members of the public to speak out on this. Other questions from the board?
Apologies, Madam Chair and members of the board. We did have a late request to speak who just logged on to Zoom.
Okay, let's do
And we
that.
will now go to Nick Henderson. Nick? Nick, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute to provide your comments.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
All right, thanks. Cottage made a decision to invest in workforce housing over 20 years ago, and we're able to deliver 81 units that were deed restricted to our employees at Bella Riviera, the former home of St. Francis, for those that have been around for over 20 years now. Bella has made home ownership, those 81 units, possible for over 140 of our employees since 2012. We made the decision back then based on the affordable housing shortage that existed then and continues to persist today. We're continuing to pursue options, and we're trying to add another 200 units for our workforce over the next decade. We continue to see the same things with Santa Barbara being fairly unique geographically with limited opportunities to develop additional housing, and a thorough regulatory review process that takes time and money to navigate. Specific to the county's plans, we would encourage you to review your assets and see what could be converted to workforce housing. It is an investment. It's hard to get over the initial cost subsidization that's required per unit. But if you already own the land, or it's public land in this case, the subsidy would be much less. Depending on the deed restrictions, these are assets that can benefit your workforce for multiple generations. And that's what we see at Cottage. We've seen the positive impact this has had on each of our employees that have purchased one of the units at Bella. We've seen reduced turnover, the ability to take call, improved employee satisfaction, and so on. So it's exciting for us to hear that the county is looking into workforce housing. We see it as mission critical. I think most of the providers of essential services in our community would agree. It's just hard to be there for your community when they need you the most if you're commuting from 45 to 70 minutes each way. I thank you for the time. And I'll turn it back over to you.
And that now concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I had a question based on Ms. Black's comments for Director Plowman about our local preference ordinance. She asked that we speed it up. I think it is on a fast track, but could you just give us a status report?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Yes, my team has been working on a board letter that we're going to be bringing to the board to get direction on how the board wants to move forward with the program. We're looking at it for both subsidized housing as well as market rate housing. So I've been coordinating with Jesus Armas, the director of CSD, on that, and we hope to be before you in the next month or two.
Great. Thank you.
And I had, thank you. I had a question just on, it seems as though not for you, Director Plowman, thank you. A lot of issues have been raised here, local preference, these 21 sites, different tiers. The recommendations today, I understand, are just kind of the first bite at the apple. So what, if you could, I'm good with the recommendations. I just didn't, my inclination is to pile onto them, and I just want to make sure I don't do that unnecessarily. If you can walk through the sequencing of what's next, like let's say for tier 3, or as indicated, the pro housing designation is coming back May 13th. What are the subsequent steps?
So on the last point that you just raised, on the assumption that the board finds the material presented to you compelling, we would propose to submit the application to the state, and the state will make a determination in relatively short order. So we will know in a matter of a few months whether we've received that designation, which positions us well for future funding application and consideration. As to the subsequent parcels, we're suggesting that we concentrate on the 2 that are in the report for a couple of reasons. There's some complicated elements here about the relationship between the county and any potential private developer that we want to make sure we sort out. We want to make certain that we've vetted carefully and thoroughly the financial exposure that might come forward if any of those are pursued. And then lastly, I think we want to make sure that we have an opportunity for success and to be able to demonstrate the success of 1 or 2 projects as a way of applying those learnings in subsequent elements. There's always a risk associated with trying to be too ambitious and taking on too many that results in a lot of priorities equaling few priorities, quite frankly. And so we've structured the recommendations with that in mind.
So would that be, and I hear the risk, but that's sometimes not my style. Would that mean that we would like actually complete these 2 projects before even getting to the next ones, or what?
I don't think we're prepared to say that at this point. I think we want to examine and look at other opportunities. For example, some of you have mentioned the land trust idea. Maybe that needs to be examined more fully. Some of you asked us to take a look at some of the funding options that are identified in the report, and we want to make sure that we examine those thoroughly and And depending on what emerges from that, come back to you with some recommendations.
Okay, and I'll just note that the several on the list are in District 2 in the Kyriel area, and they just, again, seem very prime for development. So I just wouldn't want to put them too far in the back burner is my point.
We hear the message.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Supervisor Hartman?
Yeah, so as I look on recommended actions, C, it doesn't quite capture, I think, what our discussion was about. It's either solar or housing. I think there's a preference for housing, but we want to see it in the context of what's the highest and best use of this property over time, given the county's long-term interest in developing at Calle Real. So that's not captured here, and I think that that's got to be a part of the analysis that's done.
So we would be broadening it to, so for the downtown site, not just a choice between housing and solar, but rather looking at the entire property for housing?
Yeah, I mean, I think highest and best use, and I think we've heard people say housing is, we can do some solar on housing, so housing is the critical use, but the highest and best use also, and I think CEO Miyasato has something to say.
Yeah, thank you, supervisors. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. I think the most important thing staff is looking for is whether we go ahead and pursue the solar project at this time, because there is some time constraints, and so I think the general services needs to move on that. So if we're saying we would rather do housing or some higher and best use, depending on what we think we could get from the property, like Supervisor Lavanino said, I think that's enough direction. I think they just want to know whether they continue to pursue that site for solar. And it doesn't mean that solar can't be done in the future, whether it's highest and best use that we say goes to commercial developer with solar or housing with solar. We're just saying for this particular opportunity that the board had talked about in the last month or so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go there. I mean, as someone who's a big proponent of solar, I don't think it makes sense to move ahead on solar and then not allow us to have any opportunity to do anything else. I do take issue with sort of highest and best. To me, it's a little too vague. I mean, it could be a hotel that's the best use there. That's not something I could get behind. That could be very profitable, but that's not what I'm interested in. So I do want to keep the motion related to housing, if you're amenable to that. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I wanted actually to address that, because the highest and best use and what you're concerned about the hotel is, I mean, there's still a business case here that we need to make. What does the opportunity cost, right? And, you know, if we get $100 million for a hotel and then we could take that $100 million and do a lot of other good stuff, would that be a good option? I mean, that's what I kind of want to, you know, what are we giving up by doing one or the other? You know, is on the menu, what if we just sold it to a private developer and required some, you know, deed restricted? Could that be the best option? You know, what are those best options? You know, because also I don't want to make it a gift of public funds either. You know, at the end of the day, that some developer gets some windfall because, I mean, this is a public asset. This is our money. You know, this is taxpayers' dollars. We want to make sure it's used appropriately to get the social goals, but also to make sure that we're being good stewards of those dollars and making sure that maybe we could be doing something else out there. You know, we do have a lot there. We own property, again, in one of the most expensive places in the county. We also have the power to entitle things. You know, we can cut through a lot of the red tape quickly because we're the county. And the benefit of that too, if we actually end up moving up as we look at the business model with a potentially private developers, then they might pay property taxes, which then continues to fund the county in the future. You know, that's one of those things here. If we make this an affordable housing project forever and ever, and then no longer receives tax revenue, then we're having to depend on other taxing sources to deliver the same amount of services to more people. So I just want to make sure we're looking at that from that business perspective and the opportunity cost. Can we do more by maybe doing something different? And you know, that's my hope as you guys move forward.
Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, well, I agree with Supervisor Nelson. I think housing is our objective. but what is the best strategy to get the most? And if we're sitting on, it may not be the best place for affordable housing. We may be able to cash out, say, and get a lot more somewhere else. So I think that's something we should know.
Director Armas.
One of the things I'd like to just draw the board's attention to is that under the Surplus Land Act, the state has established that affordable housing has a first call. And so we would want to evaluate the feasibility of repurposing this property consistent with the provisions of that act. And so that's one of the reasons why we're suggesting we focus on housing and look at the other elements that might remain as really producing a mixed-use project. And so the preservation of the administrative building, for example, could yield some additional revenue that could support the housing as we've just talked about. I would caution about having such an open-ended evaluation that it results in an open-ended evaluation that yields some time being consumed in meeting our objective and meeting our RHNA goals.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just, if we open the aperture too wide, we're not going to move forward. I don't know in the form of a motion how to give this direction, but I think that affordable housing is the goal, and I would argue certainly, yeah, cashing out is a potential, but if you think about $100 million of not having to spend on homelessness projects, not having to spend on our social services, I mean, the fact is that the lack of affordable housing is extremely costly to the county, to taxpayers on a daily basis. So if we start to, again, really put in more of our own investment into development, I just want to keep that front and center. I'm certainly open to like a mixed use, and part of following the cottage model, of their 100 units, 15 are market that actually then help paid for the initial investment of the other 85 that allow pharmacists and others to actually live and work here. So I don't know if that's enough direction for you, but I would just caution about making it this broad exploration of any possible use. So if it's potentially modified to with housing as the priority or something to that effect? Yeah.
I just had a question for our CEO. In terms of our long-term Kyle strategy, and if we moved all our county offices and consolidated there, what was the thinking about what would happen at the property that we're talking about?
Supervisor, through the chair, exactly what you're talking about today, whether we would do housing development, affordable housing, workforce housing, whether we do a mixed use, whether we would try to some other opportunity, but, and it was not determined. It was not determined. But in truth, we did think about housing because that's been a topic of ours. But what type of housing hadn't been determined, and whether it was market rate, affordable, workforce, it was still just concepts.
Throw a monkey wrench here, if I may. So as I understand it, at Kyle, the Office of Education may not continue there. So we may have other opportunities in the nearer term than we would even here. Somebody said this should be done by this housing element. I think that would be fast and maybe not the lowest hanging fruit if we want a second project.
Supervisors, I would agree. It just takes us a longer time to if we were really to figure out a plan to move us out. But I was going to ask Dr. Amos, what was your intent of coming back on this on the downtown property site?
So when we look at the downtown property site, we have to address a variety of issues. Where are we going to house employees that are currently housed in the buildings that are proposed to be removed? What are the physical conditions that are associated with the property, and what are the physical constraints for development? What are the financial ramifications of pursuing development A versus development B? If it's 100% affordable housing, workforce housing, or if it's a combination of market and non-market rate. And so we thought it would be appropriate for us to do the due diligence that any kind of investment entity would want to undertake. the County Office of Ed, depending on its future use, could be a candidate to relocate the employees from some of the buildings that are slated for removal under this option. And so that doesn't fully implement the Calle Real master plan in terms of relocating everybody, but obviously has a positive impact on a sizable percentage of the employees. And so we would propose to spend some time over the next year or so doing that due diligence. And the highest and best use might be framed in the context of what is the highest and best use as to the composition of the housing, so that we can really leverage the assets that we have and have a focused, targeted examination of that issue.
So supervisors, I'd recommend if you're going to take action today, at least for C, it's just providing direction to staff to come back within a year to have more further discussion about the downtown campus, what different housing types, due diligence, as the director had mentioned, and also to let general services know we would not be pursuing the installation of solar at that site for right now.
That works for me. Is that Supervisor Lavigna? Have your light on?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the downtown building. And I appreciate what Director Armas is talking about, the study that needs to be done. Where would we move folks? I think everybody in that engineering building would raise their hand and say I'd be the first one to move. But, there's good places for housing and there's not so great places for housing. And to me, when I look at that, I'm like, that seems to be the worst possible place that you would put housing. To me, I'm looking at it kind of like the way that we did in lieu fees, where maybe we did sell it to a private developer. I don't know. Maybe they'd want to build a giant hotel there. But then we'd be able to take that money and go find the right places to build the housing. So, if we're just going to make it housing only there, I wouldn't be able to support it. I don't think that's the best use. In fact, I think I look at that as almost one of the lowest uses you could use there. But I at least like that we're talking about it. I just think, we're married to this building that for half of our employees that work in there, they don't want to be in there, and the other half have to commute generally because, nobody lives right downtown, or very few do. So I just think in the long term, not long term, but mid to long term, we need to get out of there and find another place. And it's such a great location for a different use, not housing, that I think we should be asking the question, right? If it comes back and people are like, hey, a developer says there's too many problems with that issue, with that area, okay. To me, it's almost like, okay, go across the street and put housing in the Sunken Gardens. There's places where it doesn't work and where we shouldn't be. And I just think right downtown Santa Barbara doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And supervisors to the chair, if I might, I don't think we're forestalling that evaluation. We don't want to have the lens so wide, but I think when we come back and talk about different uses, we will consider that. I also want to make sure that we say this, we would be working with the city of Santa Barbara as well. This is right in the heart of their downtown. I don't want them to think that we would be going and acting without their input and collaboration.
Well, and to that point, we look across the street at the Housing Authority, the City of Santa Barbara's Housing Authority project, which is an ideal place for housing for low-income folks. They're right next to the library, all the transit. So I just want to, they've done some analysis to say that was a worthy investment that I want to support. So just to take this one step further, at the risk of belaboring this, is it possible to bifurcate? Right now, there's that. Most of the land is a parking lot, a single level parking lot. Could we move forward, or could you explore that potential of housing on top of that interior parking lot space as you discussed?
I would suggest, Chair Capps and members of the board, that that's part of the due diligence. Do you encompass it all, or can you organize it in a manner that would allow phasing with the parking area
being first,
and then subsequent phases depending on how activities unfold? And that's why you want to take a step back and carefully analyze what those options are.
Okay. Okay, so I think let's try to move forward here with, it sounds as though we have, or maybe I'll be making the motion here for A. Sounds like we have consensus on the recommended actions, A, B, and then C would be provide direction to staff to focus on development of housing and potential other uses.
And not proceed with the solar.
Yeah. Does that satisfy? Is that enough of a direction to you all?
I think so.
And then D would be CEQA.
I would second Chair Capps' motion.
Okay. Supervisor Lee?
No, let's ready to vote.
Okay. Do we want to do a vote on this? I mean, roll call?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Capps, before we move on, let me just acknowledge the good work that Harris and Associates did on behalf of the
Oh, for
county.
sure.
Excellent report. And also, of course, want to acknowledge the good work our team did, in particular Lucille Boss, who really drove this car to the finish line. So I want to express my gratitude and appreciation.
Well done. Thank you, Ms. Bass, and to the consultant. Okay, let's move to closed session. How long do we need at County Council?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the estimate is 45 minutes.
Okay, so we'll be back around 2:15.
But I do need to read it really quick.
Let's do it.
So the board's scheduled to meet in closed session for 2 items of existing litigation, Zepeda versus the county and county versus State Water Resources Control Board. The first is Santa Barbara Superior Court and the second is San Luis Obispo. Also conference with labor negotiators for Employee Organization, Engineers and Technicians Association, and the agency director representatives, CEO Monomi Asado and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll report out from closed session, please. County Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, Zepeda versus the county and county versus state water resources control board, and conference with labor negotiators for Engineer and Technicians Association, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. Now, Madam Clerk, item number 4.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Long Range Planning Division, LRP, fiscal years 2025 through 2028 work program.
Madam Chair, members of the board, every year we bring forward a work program for our Long Range Planning Division that covers a 3-year time period. Because we often have projects that take multiple years to be able to move through the process, like comprehensive plan elements, such as the housing element. So today I have with me Alex Tuttle, who's our Deputy Director, and he'll be giving the presentation. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tuttle.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, members of the board. Happy to be here. So as Ms. Plowman indicated, I'll be providing a presentation on our annual work plan that carries us through not only next fiscal year, but through 2028. I'll focus the presentation highlighting some of the accomplishments so far this fiscal year, just general considerations as we look at our work program, what our staff recommendations are for the work upcoming, as well as board's final recommended actions. So starting with accomplishments, I'd like to report that there have been many this year so far. And of those, some key ones just to highlight, and I won't walk through all of these, but a lot of work with the housing element implementation. Unlike prior years, as you've heard, this time with the housing element, it requires not just setting it aside for 8 years and coming back to it for the next cycle, but actually doing a lot of continuous work to implement the housing element. 25 programs, 99 implementing actions, many of which our department and division are responsible for. So we've been working through a number of those this year, and we'll continue to do so in the future. A big accomplishment this past year has been the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance. That was a multi-year effort. We went through 8 Planning Commission hearings and ultimately received your board's adoption back in December. The remaining work on that includes the process of getting it certified in the coastal zone, which we anticipate will take some time, as well as with any new ordinance like this, there's always some growing pains and some implementation work that will go into to making sure that it's serving its function and is helpful to the property owners out there. We had various ordinance amendment packages, including recently SB 9 and telecom updates, and even more recent than that were the cannabis odor control regulations, primarily focused on the coastal zone, as well as updates to our ADU regulations to maintain compliance with state law. Additionally, we've continued refining our draft of the environmental justice element, and there's been a lot of interdepartmental coordination on that. And we do anticipate completing that effort sometime in the next several months. Work on the safety element update, including the evacuation modeling study, which your board will get a briefing on in the next couple months, as well as preparing the climate adaptation plan. Various zoning ordinance amendments to streamline and improve our processes. Part of that was technical updates to our lighting and sign regulations, and we're moving towards amendments to our zone districts and commercial and multifamily zones to facilitate housing. Utility scale solar, we've initiated the program EIR and hope to have that available for public review later this summer. Secured a consultant to do traffic modeling for our circulation element, and I've been reviewing all the state requirements to update our open space element. And lastly, our annual responsibility of completing the comprehensive annual progress report and our support with other departments and external agencies with our responsible agency reviews, and LAFCO reviews. So I mentioned a few of these already, but remaining tasks for the rest of this fiscal year, which is actually fairly close upon us, are continued work on various housing element efforts, including work to get the coastal zone rezones certified in the coastal zone. As I mentioned, the work on the AEO, continued work on the circulation element and completing the traffic modeling that will inform the updates to the circulation element. Finalizing the scope of work to satisfy the state requirements for open space, bringing forward the EJ element to decision makers for decision maker action, and completing draft adaptation strategies for the climate adaptation plan. Additionally, a handful of zoning ordinances, the mobile home park overlay, which your board directed a few months ago, will be initiating decision maker hearings on that in the next month. As I mentioned, zoning ordinance amendments to streamline and improve our processes and continued public outreach with those. Certification in the coastal zone for recently adopted ordinance amendments, including SB 9, telecom, lighting, signs, and as well as a new effort to bring to your board next month for the rental inspection ordinance amendment, that pilot project. And lastly, the airport land use compatibility plan amendments to bring our code into compliance with recently adopted airport land use compatibility plans for Santa Barbara, San Ynez, and Santa Maria. So, a lot going on, and always more to do, and with limited resources in many instances. So just a few considerations as we look at our projects, both current and future. As Ms. Plowman indicated, many of our projects are multi-year and take continued resources to complete. A good chunk of our work is also handed to us by the state mandates that we don't really have a lot of options to ignore. And as in a few slides, I'll show you kind of how that breaks down. Continued implementation of our comprehensive plan, and then support that our division provides for other departments such as CSD with the Recreation Master Plan and the Climate Action Plan. As far as our budget, we have, and our resources available, we have a division of 15, including myself and the supervisors. Most of our funding comes from general fund, and it's supplemented by grants, although grants recently have been drying up a bit, as well as a small amount of funds we get through our general building permit, general plan maintenance fee. So that brings us to staff recommendations. As I mentioned, our division fulfills various required services to support other actions of the county and external agencies. So there is a handful of sort of staff resources devoted to this on an ongoing annual basis. It shifts or fluctuates a little bit year to year, but is generally in the 1.5 total FTE range. Next is more of our administrative functions and our business operations, staff oversight, division administration, and again, that might fluctuate a little bit year to year, but generally covers about 4 FTEs. And we use that to essentially cover the work of my position as well as the 3 supervisors, although you will see other staff within the division fulfilling various administrative functions as well. And then that leaves us to the projects. And we've broken it down here, mandated versus non-mandated. And our mandated projects include the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, updates to the circulation and open space element, our environmental justice element, housing element implementation, our safety element update, and most recently, not necessarily state mandated in the same way, but as was discussed at a recent hearing with your board, directive by the Coastal Commission with a recent certification of an amendment to develop objective standards in the coastal zone that we can have in place to apply to housing projects where we are prevented or precluded at the state level from applying subjective standards. So that's a new task for the upcoming year. And then we go to the non-mandated projects, and these are board priorities, board directions. And some of these, or many of these, are continuation or completion of existing projects, and then we have identified a few new ones as well. So we have the completion of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, some support work for CSD on the Climate Action Plan implementation. Continued work with our zoning ordinance package, and this is the work your board might recall where you supported expansion and support of a consultant to do various improvements with our code to streamline, modernize our code, and identify more expedited, streamlined permit processes. Some support with CSD on the Rec Master Plan. Short-term rentals, that's a project for those who've been around for a while, know that your board took action on the short-term rental code amendments a number of years ago. We reached loggerheads with the Coastal Commission and didn't see a path forward at the time, so that project got shelved a few years ago and keeps showing up in our work plan, but keeps getting sort of pushed down the road due to other priorities and shifting commitments. It's here again, and there's a few reasons to move forward with that this year. You saw it as a recommendation in the workforce housing study that you just received the briefing on. It's also an identified program of the housing element. The reason being, the key argument being that vacation rentals can deprive housing stock for long-term tenants. So we are recommending that we move forward with that effort. Continued work with the utility scale solar, and we hope to have that project completed within the next fiscal year. And then we've identified a handful of zoning ordinance amendments, various packages. Wouldn't necessarily be able to complete all of these, but these are some options. One is completing the mobile home park overlay, which should be completing early in the next fiscal year. There's been some discussion at the board level regarding additional cannabis ordinance updates, perhaps to address the inland area. Farm worker housing, your board has identified as of key interest and concern, looking for more opportunities to streamline and facilitate farm worker housing. ADUs and separate conveyance. There was a state law passed a couple of years ago that allows but does not mandate jurisdictions to establish a program whereby ADUs could be sold separately, some much like a condo. So whether the board is interested in pursuing that. Special events, we do have provisions in our code for special events, but they have been difficult and created issues in terms of their lack of clarity, and so there's opportunities to improve our regulations pertaining to special events, and I know that's been an issue that our staff in particular have been struggling with. And then we just have a general package, which is what we try to do every so often, is just a cleanup of a number of smaller items that we piece together as a single package. So this is hard to see on the screen. I can appreciate that, but it just gives you a sense of the timeline for each of these projects over the next 3 years. Green is sort of active work. Blue is Coastal Commission certification, which can kind of ebb and flow. It's not consistent, constant work. And then the sort of the beige colors are the implementation efforts. That would be typically a lower level of work associated with the Climate Action Plan and the environmental justice element once adopted. And as you can see, as is fairly common is the next year to 2 years are pretty well spoken for, but things do start opening up sort of the second half of next fiscal year 26, 27, and into 27, 28. So that just gives you a sense and of kind of the time frame in which many of these projects require ongoing work. So I spoke to these in the prior slide, but again, just reiterated here the different ordinance amendment projects. And this is really an opportunity for your board to identify whether you have a particular order of preference in which we focus our attention on these different updates, if you have particular priorities, or if there's something that you don't want us to proceed with, or if there's something not on the list that you'd like us to add and consider as a substitute for any of these. So, this is where your board does have some discretion in terms of giving us some guidance and direction on how to move forward. We also have sort of a placeholder of potential future projects further on the horizon. Many of these you'll recognize from prior years. Again, there's no immediate priority in moving these ahead, but it's been identified as projects that we could pick up at a future date. One is updating our code to comply with various updates to groundwater management, an overhaul or update of our CEQA thresholds, many of which are fairly old and out of date, revisiting the IV master plan, picking back up the coastal resiliency LCPA. That was another effort that the board had taken action on a number of years ago, but we never saw eye to eye with the Coastal Commission, and so that project was shelved about 4 years ago or so, and we keep kind of pushing it down the road. And then various updates to many of our other comprehensive plan elements, some of which haven't been touched in quite a number of years. With that more or less concludes staff's presentation. When you're ready, we do have recommended actions. This is a receive and file, and an opportunity for your board to provide direction to staff as to changes to move forward with our work program for the coming year.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Supervisor
Available for
Hartman.
questions.
Let's see, I have a couple of questions or comments. When we do a comprehensive plan update for an element, it seems like it goes off. I mean, it doesn't really start with the board, and at least to my knowledge, about kind of direction. Is that correct? I mean, I'm particularly interested in several of them. I know circulation is important. We had an opportunity to go with Planning and Development, Public Works, D2 and D3 to look at the housing element impacts in Goleta. And that was really, at least from my perspective, valuable. It put my mind at ease that there's a lot of cooperation going. Probably didn't even need my involvement to make that happen, but at least it made me feel better. So I just, and people are asking me, well, what's happening with the safety element, the open space element? And I don't have a framework of exactly what you're doing. And I just wondered if there was something up front that you could present us with so that we had a better sense on those elements, what you're doing.
I can start, and Mr. Tuttle can add on. So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I understand the comment. I think a number of the elements that we've been working on have been so prescriptive with respect to the state that we haven't had as much flexibility. I think the few that we have processed during my time here was the housing element, which we did talk quite a bit about. But the environmental justice element is one where the state is pretty prescriptive about what it is they want. So we did not bring that forward to the board, but we can certainly bring things forward. I think that the circulation element was also mandated, and the safety element was also mandated, and I think that actually was initiated before I returned, so I'm not sure if we brought that before the board, but we can certainly come and talk to the board about what it is that the state mandates on some of these, like the open space element, that's coming. And that's a mandate. And then the conservation element is following shortly after that. So yeah, no, I think that's a valuable comment, and we're happy to incorporate that.
I mean, I would, even if we don't have a lot of discretion, it gives me a framework so that when I'm out in the community, I have a better sense of what we're doing and where we have some discretion and where we don't. So I would, as a process improvement, I would really like to see that happen. The objective standards in the coastal zone, do those differ a whole lot from the ones we've already developed? I mean, how much, can you explain that to me?
Certainly. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So the concept with the objective standards is less about the design standards, which you might be thinking of, and more about what we have in place in terms of policies right now. Coastal Commission's key concern is coastal resource protection. And we have a number of policies in our local coastal plan that provide for coastal resource protection. Some of those are objective, for example, requiring a buffer setback of 50 feet from the edge of a stream corridor. That's a fairly objective standard that we can apply to housing projects. But because state law says you can only apply objective standards, we have other policies in the coastal plan that are more subjective in nature. And so we're struggling right now to be able to apply those to projects if they're not objective. So what the exercise would be is going through our coastal plan, pulling out the policies that we believe are subjective, and looking to see if we can develop a more objective form of the same policy that can be utilized going forward, and sort of swapping out subjective language for objective language where possible. It would provide more consistency, less room for interpretation, and more clarity for the developer. So there's a lot of benefit to it. It's just not something that we've ever really embarked on, and it could be a fairly significant undertaking and a fair amount of coordination with the Coastal Commission. But we do see value in it to be able to have those standards and have them be objective so that they can be consistently applied. And I think our sense is there may be some value in going through that same exercise in the inland area too, because the same issue applies, which is we're, for housing projects under various state provisions, we're only able to apply objective standards. And we've been slowly going through the code with each opportunity we have to insert those objective standards. So most recently, SB 9, we applied more objective standards to those projects. And so we'll continue to find opportunities to have those objective qualifying standards in place so that we have standards that we can impose on projects and can be confident that those projects will abide by them.
Have other counties been through this, and so we could borrow from elsewhere?
So just to add on to what Mr. Tuttle said, Supervisor Hartman through the chair, the state is finally getting the message from the legislature. I mean, the State Coastal Commission is getting the message from the legislature that housing is important. And so the move to make SB 35 functional in the coastal zone was sort of the first salvo, if you will. So now they're understanding the Housing Accountability Act, and they are anxious to make all jurisdictions take this step because they want to preserve as much protection from their perspective to coastal resources. And they think the only way to do that is to have them objective, and they're right about that. And so they are working with multiple jurisdictions to see this move forward. And I don't know that any have gone through it yet.
No,
Yeah.
none have taken that leap quite yet. I think we might be leading the charge, but we might have other jurisdictions quickly following us, and perhaps there's some opportunity to coordinate and collaborate on that.
Yeah, one would think so. I mean, I don't think coastal resources differ that much, and I would just think that there's some efficiencies to share. 2 more questions. The status of the consultant work on streamlining?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So that project was set up, and we sort of identified 3 prongs to it. One was technical updates. So the first of that was addressing our shopping center zone. And if you recall, about a year and a half ago, we chose to just eliminate it because it was outdated. So all sites that were zoned shopping center got rezoned to C2, which is a more permissive, more opportunities for proper use. So that was sort of the first effort. The lighting and sign package that your board took action on a few months ago was another part of that technical piece to that work the consultant doing. The second prong that we're working through currently and hope to have a draft ready for prime time this summer is sort of process improvement. So looking at some of our process and procedures in our code with regard to, say, like whether it's noticing or appeals or how do we process a modification or a CUP, looking at various ways to improve and streamline those processes. So that will be sort of the next effort with that package. We've added to that to look at our zone districts themselves, and this was an effort identified actually in the housing element, to look at our commercial zones and our multifamily residential zones primarily, to remove barriers to housing. So, for example, mixed-use housing in many of our commercial zones right now is fairly limited. It has to be one secondary to the commercial use, and there's like a fairly limited ratio in terms of how many bedrooms you can have per square footage of commercial and so on and so forth. So looking at some of those standards and making sure we're not being overly restrictive. So that's kind of the main second piece of that overall work effort. The third one, which we've discussed and noodled on, but we haven't put pen to paper quite yet, is identifying more project types that can be more truly ministerial. And so that's sort of the third effort. And, one thought we had with that, or one suggestion that we heard for that was before we get too far down that road, because you ask 10 people and you might get 10 different answers as to what they want to see as far as being ministerial or versus retain some discretion over, is we bring forward to your board some options and sort of a menu of kind of what we're looking at so we can make sure we don't get too far down the road on that and make sure we're going the right direction.
So just one final thing. I'm not putting in priority yet those. I'll give other people a chance, but I did want to add one to the list if it's appropriate, and that is we've heard a lot about HLAC and their budget and that it hasn't gone up for a decade or more. But what one piece of what they're suggesting, and I gather they've talked to you about it, is that we would use the Ventura model and not have designations that are supported by landowners necessarily come to the Board of Supervisors, and that this would save a fair bit of money, $4,000 or $5,000 even. So I would be interested in revising our ordinance to allow that. I think it fits with the permit streamlining, and it would save money.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. We're happy to add that to the list. Yeah, and I have spoken with the chair of HLAC, and there, I see no reason why we couldn't advance an amendment like that. It would still be something that could be appealed to the board, but it doesn't need to go to the board for final authorization to create a landmark when you have a willing landowner.
And it might even go in the general package rather than a whole big.
Potentially. Yeah. Oh, it's not a zoning ordinance.
Oh.
It's a different part of our code, so.
Oh, okay, wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Some great points there, Supervisor Hartman. A lot of things that I've been advocating for too, that, I really believe that, one of our roles is legislative, and this is our legislative work. And so really having our board's input early on in some of these processes, I think, are key. Even if I'm, personally, if I'm not on the right side of it, I think it's still this board's discretion to move forward. And I think it's important for us to have some of those policy pieces, and where we have discretion to be told us what are going to be our options when we move forward. If these things are all prescriptive from the state, then we should just grab something off the shelf and just adopt it. If they don't really want our opinion on things, they just want us to pass something. I was just curious, have you guys started to use large language models and AI in some of your work on this? Because it seems that you guys could, that long-range planning would be ripe for using AI technology for your research and your writing of these codes. You probably could just take almost all of your subjective standards and throw them in there and ask them to rewrite them in objective standards and have that out in a few minutes, and then go over those things. And I think this is the department that really could get a lot out of this and really start to move through some of the stuff. Taking our old open space element, throwing it in there, grabbing a couple of other open space elements from other counties, asking for some different policy options. This is stuff that is pretty powerful, and just hoping that I'm going to hear some good news that you guys are actually looking at that. And is that something?
I think
Yes,
CEO Miyasato.
Supervisor to the chair. So we are actively looking at AI tools. We just met with Microsoft, Chris Shergwin and I, and with Jeff Wilson in the department. I think that lots of the research, like you said, could be done, but our policy right now through our AI steering committee is not to use AI for county-specific information that's not available to the public yet, because what our IT director is trying to do is first figure out like a base that's kept within the county first. So I think what you're talking about is right on. But until we get to that point, we wouldn't want P&D staff putting things just internal to the county out on the megaverse yet. The idea was to have it roped off. But as far as the research goes, as you said, absolutely. There's a lot of tools right now that could be employed.
Yeah, and we support that. We recognize that AI is a tool that would be useful for the division.
Yeah, no, I think it's a huge thing that I think could, really impact the productivity level of what you guys are doing there and give you guys just options. It's not something where you just, expect it to make decisions for you. If you can learn how to write prompts appropriately, you could ask them for, various options, and you can look at what other jurisdictions are doing. And there's some, now deep research tools that are pretty extensive and doing more of the work than I think that we could be doing with, the hours that we have available to do this type of work here. So I just really want to encourage efforts there. And I think most of the stuff is already in public universe. Our elements are already out there. There's, you're using all public information out there. I'd be happy to work with your staff to give you some samples of some of the things that I see that could work for you all. It's something I use in my office to help me work through some of these issues. I do want to continue for ongoing streamlining. I think that's one of the biggest issues out there in the county. I know we want to get past, we want to make things easier to get through our process, and that's important. I want to get to decision makers quickly so that we can give people certainty. And then once we've given them certainty, I want to get through our process. So wherever we can be working through long-range planning to try to simplify our processes, I think that would go a long way to success elsewhere. On the HLAC thing, just because you're kind of getting some staff direction on that, I'll grab that one. little concerned about that not coming to the board at some point because I just don't know what other consequences there would be of having a historical designation, if there's any potentially property tax implications, things like that. That might be big policy decisions. I know that sometimes they can get exemptions based on their historical significance as a public resource. Things like that. I would just hate for that to be decided by another body besides the Board of the Supervisors. And again, I think you can.
We're talking about permit streamlining. I mean.
Oh, but you said HLAC, right?
Yeah. But I think this is the kind of trade-off we have to make. If we want to make things more objective, if we want to streamline, then we're going to have to give up some of our discretion. And in this case, I mean, I think that it's $4,500 or $5,000 to bring it to the board, which is, I think we should consider seriously whether, if the landowner is already agreeable, whether we actually need to incur that cost and that level of effort.
Well, I guess I want to know what the policy, what are the other consequences of historical designation? And so, again, if you're, let's say you made something historically designated that might have had a large property tax base that now has some kind of reduction in value because of the historical significance, we may be looking at well over $5,000 in revenue to the county. Those are things that would be, as far as just, if you just want to have it as a historical designation for the sticker, that's fine. But as far as if it actually ends up impacting our budget or other policies, other land use policies, maybe their neighbors, right? You make that historic. What does it mean for a setback for your neighbor? Other policy decisions that would be there. So I guess that's where I need more information before I can support that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, some jurisdictions do have what they call the Mills Act, which does allow for reduction in property taxes for when there's a historic designation. The county doesn't currently have that. But, in some jurisdictions, there are issues with designating something a historic resource and the potential impact that can have on a neighboring property. I think we saw that issue in the Miramar case, where there was an effort to landmark the church next door, which it merited it, but what kind of impact did that have on that project and any potential historic resources? So there are some questions that can come up around that. So we could certainly bring those items to the board with some ideas about how we might be able to streamline HLAC, because I understand Supervisor Hartman's concern is that it is expensive for HLAC to bring anything forward because our staff is the resource that prepares the board letter and brings it forward and whatnot. So, and we're cost recovery.
And if I might, it still can be appealed, I believe, under the Ventura model if there's some controversy, but it doesn't automatically come to the board.
Right.
Again, I think I need to know more. I mean, what if, as a supervisor, I wasn't happy about that? I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the awkward position of having to appeal something that I disagreed with that happened from the HLAC as a policymaker. And so that's where, again, I think we just need more information about it. I mean, all my concerns may be resolvable real quick. And when you talk about streamline, I want streamline to mean get it to us quickly. Don't cut out your decision makers. Get things to decision makers quickly. Is I think is what when I talk about streamline. Let's get to decision makers quickly. Let's give people certainty quickly. And I think that there are processes within your department that can happen. And I hope that's where we're moving towards. The one item I wanted to throw on there that I saw that I was most excited about was the CEQA thresholds, especially about water. That's a big issue in our county. We're probably paying 3 times the amount of money per development in water costs because of old thresholds. I think those thresholds manuals are from the 70s. I think we could do a lot of things to change those. Just talking to my water purveyor in my valley, they're 40% below 1990 levels of usage because of the amount of efficiency that now exists. But we're still holding households to the time when they had massive lawns and toilets to flush constantly and no low flow stuff. And, so there's huge changes in water usage now that exists compared to what it did in the past. And we don't reflect that in our development standards and our thresholds. And so I know, at least because of our threshold manual, we require a developer to purchase water based on those threshold manuals. And that's a big problem for, especially in the Santa Maria Valley, when somebody wants to build a project, they're buying more water than they need because it doesn't reflect an accurate modeling. So something that definitely could go a long way to help promoting housing is actually lowering some of the costs. So I would make that high on the list.
Supervisor Harmon, did you?
Oh, two things. One, when we go with objective standards, or we downshift to zoning clearance or LUP instead of CUP, we're giving up our discretion. That's part of what permit streamlining is, in my understanding. So just want to put that out there. But what's really more important, I think, is to give some sense of priorities among these lists. And for me, the mobile home park overlay is we've heard so much, and that's really part of housing, and that is our number one, as well as the farm worker housing. If there really is something we can do, the Santa Barbara Foundation is going to be organizing growers to see what they can do on their land, and I think we could work in partnership with what they're doing. But I think those have to be the top two, given all that we've said today.
We're bringing the slide up so that the board can
Okay,
see
great.
some of the options.
Thanks.
Director Plowman, the mobile home park overlay, that's going to occur this fiscal, correct?
That's correct. We're already working on that. So that you don't need to prioritize that for us for next fiscal year. Yeah.
So this list is a little bit different than the one we have in this table. The ADU, oh, there it is, the separate conveyance. Okay.
It is ordered
yes.
a bit differently. Yes, you're correct.
But it's all there,
Yeah.
sorry, it took me a minute. Well, I could go down and say why each of them is important.
So the question here is to help you all prioritize these. I mean,
Madam Chair, I guess what I would say is, are there individual ones that the board feels particularly strongly about that you'd like us to move forward first and second? Like, you don't have to prioritize all of them, but if there are 2, 3 that you think need to be a top priority, we'd like to know that so we can advance those first.
and can I ask what the ADU, can you explain that a little bit more?
Certainly, Supervisor, Chair Capps, and members of the board. So state law was updated with regard to ADUs, I think about 1.5 years ago, that allows jurisdictions to set up a structure whereby someone could construct an ADU and then sell it off separately from the rest of the property.
Oh, right.
Like a condo, essentially. So it would be putting forth the ordinance provisions to enable that. That's essentially what it is.
Could I chime in too?
Sure.
One reason, it was brought to me by people in the agricultural industry saying it would be a vehicle to allow lower income people to become homeowners. It really strikes me that for seniors who are in big houses, who have, they're land rich but cash poor, that they could subdivide and live in the ADU themselves and give the big house to somebody else. So it's a big step, but I think it has some real benefits to particular populations.
Well, I'll just weigh in. I think the list as it is now is probably my priority list. So however it's been formulated in terms of the ones I'm most interested in that order. But go ahead, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I think go back and research these things. I mean, and come back. And I think that's the issue. Because the devil's in the details on all of these things. Some of these things could be really impactful. Some of them could be damaging, depending on how they're applied. So, there may be a threshold where the board goes, no, actually, that doesn't make sense for our jurisdiction. So I'm good with, doing additional research on all these special events. I think we should have some thresholds there of what's a land use one versus what's just a temporary event. I think that's the bar. We got to figure out what's permanent events and what's temporary events. And I think that's one of the big deals. I'm a big fan of the general package. I do. We have such a complex general plan that having the general package to make little fixes throughout the year, I think is something you guys should continue to invest in. I think you guys have done some good work in the general package over the years, so I wouldn't want to just put that on the shelf. I think at one point we used to do it yearly, and then we went to like every 3 years. I think yearly is not a big deal if we just kind of keep that list going. Again, that's something anyway, if we could get back to that, I think that's a good opportunity, because then that's the time when you can do small things that might be under CEQA or less than CEQA thresholds, CEQA, less than a project under CEQA that you could get into there. And then if it's becomes something that's bigger, then all of a sudden, you can pull that out from the general package, and then it becomes something else that's on the work plan. So
I think Supervisor Nelson, I think we agree that the general package is very valuable. What we have been doing is been taking little things and putting in them to other packages to make up for not having that one general package this particular fiscal year. So we understand that we are trying to clean those up, but your comment is well noted.
And then the one I don't see on here is the CEQA thresholds. Was that on a different slide?
Yes, that was on a different slide. Currently, it's not. If we go back to the the breakdown of the different projects and the FTEs, the CEQA thresholds you'll see is not on that list.
Gotcha.
So we had identified it for a future fiscal year as opposed to this upcoming. That's not to say your board couldn't direct us to advance that.
Could you guys look at it between now and when in the future to see what that work would look like? Because if it's not a lot of work to get a lot of bang for our buck, let's find out what that's at. Maybe we can grab somebody else's threshold. Maybe the state has thresholds we could be using instead of the 1977 threshold that we have in our county. So, and I'm particularly talking about water, but are there other thresholds that are outdated that we're using? That'd be good report back to the board, and then we could say, yeah, why don't you go spend another quarter of a staff member on that, or a half a staff member, or
just if I may add on, I wonder if a consultant could be working on that when the consultant finishes with the other project on streamlining.
Chair Capps, members of the board, we have, because the same question came up when we were here last year as to the CEQA thresholds was on the list as a future project. At the time, we did have some conversations with the consultant because some of those thresholds, many of them are very technical and are outside of our expertise. So depending on how far we went with the updates to the CEQA thresholds, it would likely require some consultant dollars that we would have to factor into the budget. If we were to do targeted, and I certainly, to your point, Supervisor Nelson, the water thresholds, the groundwater thresholds, I think those have probably been the most problematic and challenging the last few years in different projects where it's come up. But there are others as well that haven't been touched in quite some time.
I guess I think what we need from this meeting is to get a sense of the direction that the board supports the work program for next fiscal year. But what I'm hearing is that tackling the CEQA thresholds is a board priority, and maybe we can do targeted amendments so that that could be the next project that is in the queue that moves into it. Because as Alex said, we've been updating them here and there. Like we had to do the greenhouse gas one, we had to do the traffic thresholds for VMTs, but we could pick, for instance, a water threshold update and move that forward separately from an overhaul package so that that could move more quickly. But because if we redid the whole threshold package at once, it'll go more slowly. Yeah. Yeah. So if I may, what I'm hearing is that's a top priority as we gain space on the staff resources to move that into our work program.
And I think if I could, just one last piece is, I mean, you guys are in the development review world. You guys are seeing the thresholds that are problematic that probably should be updated. Target those. I mean, because that's what's holding back potential development. Work with the other stakeholders and go, what are the 3 thresholds that are most problematic right now that we haven't updated in a long time that are being problems to moving projects forward? Let's work on those. And same thing to the elements too that end up hurting some of our project, whether those are open space or circulation or whatnot. I think we should be trying to target strategically.
Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just quickly wanted to say something about equestrian facilities, and if I understand this correctly, on Ag 2 zone property, you can board horses without a permit. On Ag 1 properties, you need a CUP, which is a very extreme, you can have your own horses, but you can't board. And in places like Orchid or the San Ynez Valley, I mean, you can't have unlimited horses. We'll want to, but that you need a CUP to board horses on horse property seems to me not appropriate.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to just, as I see in your phasing of work, just to renew our interest or my interest in helping with outreach. I think that actually could be less, actually a streamlining step because we hear about things differently than you all might. And also kind of should be utilized, I believe, as an outreach arm when you have requirements. You have to do 3 hearings, 3 public engagement meetings. I know we're often notified and sometimes you have the dates in advance, but to just really use our offices to help with those parts of these projects, because I do think that we can ward off a lot of potential problems down the road if the sooner we're involved. So I see them kind of, to Supervisor Nelson's point, sometimes, I don't want to bringing things to the board. I hope that that's not simultaneous with adding work. I just, the fact that it costs $5,000 to bring something to the board, just, we don't have to get into it. That's not really what the agenda item is, but that troubles me. That hopefully this is just helping to make things work more smoothly for you all, because we understand the politics and how some issues might be controversial in a way that you're not necessarily privy to up front. So I just add that in here in this point, is to use us for that. Okay, looks like we're wrapping up. And this is just a receive and file, so I don't even believe there's a vote. Thank you for the work.
We do have.
Sorry.
We do have a motion.
Chair Capps,
Okay.
members of the board, yes. There is, even though it is a receive and file, there is some recommended actions for your board to take as part of that.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, before we proceed with the motion, I did just want to note for the record, we had no requests.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Hartman moves staff recommendation.
Nelson seconds.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. With that, we will adjourn until our budget hearings on Monday, 9 a.m. See you all there. Thank you.
There be square.